Yo, I want to start the series off with a very basic, very sort of foundational concept, and all we're gonna need for that is a filter and an ADSR envelope. I'm just gonna play you a guitar with this thing here, and then without. You may recognize this as the sound of a wah-wah pedal or something like that. And this is really something that's behind a lot of different sounds, like trumpet sounds, this wah sound, a lot of sort of old school synth sounds and so forth. And you can do this with any synth and anything. Like, this is literally just an envelope mapped to a filter. So the idea behind this is that you simply take a bandpass filter here and modulate the cutoff. So if we want to set this up from scratch, I'm just gonna get this filter here, get an ADSR, and then I'm gonna kind of dial in the range, so it's kind of around the fundamental of this guitar here. And then I simply want an envelope that goes up and kind of down again. Bit more resonance with a bandpass filter here. And you need to dial in these ranges a little. And maybe get the sustain up. So yeah, really classic kind of guitar sound. This is really similar to a principle that you use to make trumpets and stuff, which is basically exactly very, very similar, not exactly the same sound. You just get a low pass filter, take it all the way down, and kind of open up very quickly at the start of the sound. So I've just got a saw sustain here. And you can hear that if we do this with this low pass filter, we get this kind of brass sound. This is really at the foundation of like making trumpets and making that kind of thing. And you can of course also use this on basses or whatever. And if you kind of turn up the resonance, it starts sounding a bit more like that wah sound. So really basic kind of principle, just like an envelope and a filter opening up. But this is like at the very core of a lot of sounds. So let's go back to this, maybe give it kind of this sound. It's really just developing an ear for like that low pass, band pass, envelope and sound relationship. Really, really helpful concept in sound design. Maybe you can hear that. That's really it. That's all for this first episode. Don't worry, the next episodes are gonna get much more advanced and much more sort of more interesting concepts. But this is really a sort of foundational idea I really didn't want to skip over, because it's at the core of so many patches. Yo, so what I've got for you here is a short little percussive sort of noise burst. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be adding a little delay to this sound with tons and tons of feedback. And we're going to use really short delay times. And what you'll be able to hear is this. You hear how it starts getting kind of tonal? Let's maybe make the burst a little shorter. So this is an effect that happens with really short delay times that's known as comb filtering. And when we get a filter, that's basically a comb filter here. Essentially what we're doing is we're just taking a really short delay time, and this time it's set in hertz. So we get this kind of way to tune a really short sound. And of course, what we really want to be able to do is to take some kind of comb filter. And since it's a way to tune a sound, we can use this to kind of resonate any sound. And this is a physical modeling technique known as K+strong synthesis. So you use this to physically model things like guitars or something. And of course, since it's pitched, we want to kind of key track it. So let's just do that with this key track modulator here. And suddenly I can play this little noise burst on my keyboard. And of course we could send in anything else, like some kind of short hi-hat sample or whatever. And this is a really useful and really basic principle that's really used all over physical modeling sound design. So you can do this in pretty much any synth. You can do this in Vital or something, whatever. It really doesn't matter. Like any synth that has a comb filter will very often already give you kind of possibilities to key track it. So in the case of Vital, I think the filter here, yeah, just turn up key tracking. So we go to the comp filter, just turn it up here, and you can see this is the kind of frequency response. We get all these harmonics here. And if we just set this to 0 semitones as a default and key track it, we can just create the same thing where we've got a kind of white noise burst here going into filter 1, and we'll just use envelope 2 to make it really short, sort of get that kind of blip sound. Let's and we get the same kind of comp filtering sound. So if we turn up the resonance, that's essentially the same as turning up the feedback on a delay time. And this cut here is something you often find where there's kind of a low pass filter in the feedback loop, so you can kind of dampen this a bit. And you can really use this to create a lot of interesting sounds. Like, for instance, you could also send in something else, like something with a bit more attack, a bit more decay, to get a kind of flute sound. Basically, we're kind of simulating the wind here that we're blowing into the flute, like this, and now we're just going to resonate that wind. So yeah, pretty much any synth can do this, like the infamous Serum 2 or Pigments or any old synth with a comb filter can do this. It's literally just a short delay, and it's really foundational sound design concept. So something to play around with, something you can also add on to other oscillators and stuff. Have fun. Bye. Yo, so we have this kind of kick drum sound here. And it's a bit lacking in the transient department. It's a really basic sound, but I just want to use this to kind of demo something I've been using a lot, which is that we can introduce transients not only by layering them in, like as some kind of noise burst at the start, but also by FMing with noise, which is a really cool way to get really sort of transients that are part of the sound. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a simple envelope here and use this as the FM input, and I'm going to show you later how to do this in Vital or something like that. So simply turn the decay down, FM this by this, adds this cool kind of clicky transient to our kick drum sounds, which is something I really like using for making kicks. So simply FMing where for some white noise. If you want this to be perfectly consistent, this is randomly generated white noise. What you would want to use instead is a sampler, because this is going to play back the same sample every time. So we can just find a white noise sample. I don't know, I think this is white noise. And then pitch it around or something. You can also use short hi-hat samples. So the main thing is this envelope needs to be really short. If it's a bit too long, it kind of gets noisy. We really just want the transient. So yeah, that's the basic idea. If we use something like Vital, you will be able to see that the only noise source we have is a sampler anyway, so this is going to be consistent every time. Just make sure to turn off the random here. And then we can do the same thing, sort of basic envelope, create a pitch envelope here for a simple kick drum patch. And then a third envelope, we're going to turn on this noise oscillator, turn the level all the way down, and instead use it as an FM source here. So FM from sample here, and then we can do the same, just modulate the FM amount here with this third envelope. We get the same sort of sound, this kind of way to create transients. So this is something behind my kick drum patches that I use a lot here. I've got this basic kick drum patch. You can see here, this is the same principle. We've got a pitch envelope, we've got a volume envelope. And we've got this super short burst of noise going into the FM that gets us this nice clicky transient with no phasing or anything, because it's just part of the sound. It's kind of part of this FM source. So yeah, cool technique for adding nice transients into your kind of kick drums, snare drums, that kind of stuff. You could also use this on basses or whatever, of course. Up to you what you make of this. Cheers. Yo, I want to talk about all pass filters. So I've got this basic saw sound here with a little filter envelope on it, nothing too special. And I just want to make it sound a bit more squishy. So what I can use for this is something known as an all-pass filter, which is essentially a filter that only changes phase and it doesn't change frequency response. So if we look at an EQ curve analyzer here, let's just quickly visualize this here. You'll be able to see, if we just visualize the phase, you can see we get this kind of phase shift here, but the frequency response stays the same. And if we only have one of these, in this case created with a multiband FX, this is a very subtle effect. Like, I wouldn't blame you if you can't hear it at all. But what we can start doing is stacking these. Maybe it's starting to get a little more obvious, so let's duplicate these once more and like really stacking these a ton. You can hear this kind of squishiness start happening. Let's do this once more just to make it really extreme. See, we've got a ton of all pass filters in here now. You get this kind of lasery, wet squishiness. So this is the principle behind plugins like Disperser by Kilohertz. They're kind of the first ones that turned this into a plugin. Amount literally just increases the number of all pass filters. I think it goes up to 32 here. So 32 kind of multiband splits with nothing happening in them, I guess. And pinch is kind of the crossover sharpness, I think, so like the resonance. You can hear we get the same kind of squishiness from this really useful thing, especially if we then feed this into a distortion. It really has a specific kind of sound, or into an OTT, that works too. So you can hear the difference it makes kind of becomes much larger if we have it before a saturator, or let's put it into an OTT here. Alternative to this would be the free Diopser plugin. Same kind of thing, also adds squishiness, and this can go up to way more filter stages. Like we can turn off safe mode and go up to 300 or something. So this plugin is free. You can also create this effect, as I said, by sort of stacking multiband FX, or something like ODTs with a zero amount. The grid also has all pass filters. So if we go in here, you can see we've got this here. The power count is kind of the pinch in kilohertz. So we could just, you know, do the same thing here, just stack a load of these and create really interesting kind of a squishiness, and really combining this with distortions or something is really well. It's great for basses, great for that kind of stuff. I'm sure you heard of this before. I just wanted to include it in this series because it's just such a popular. And you can see if we just use a few, it's quite subtle still, but like we can really exaggerate this. Just stacking. You know, you can push this as far as you want. All pass filter, great way to kind of add laseriness, squishiness, wetness, that kind of stuff to our sounds. So that's it for number 3 or something. Number 4. See you in the next one. Cheers. Yo, Sound Design Concepts is a book now. Basically what I've done is I've written a chapter for every single episode, just like a short summary, basically something you can look up and kind of refer back to, and also look a bit into the future. So this will contain spoilers for future episodes. There will be 65 total, so this has all of them, not just the just released ones, and it's on Gumroad. You can either buy it there, or if you become a channel member for like bonus lessons and higher, you can do this for the same price of $10 as this book, and you can kind of get this for free, and also get some other lessons and stuff, and then just either stay subscribed or cancel your membership again. It's up to you, really. So yeah, this has all the chapters. You can see some demo chapters on the Gumroad, so you will recognize all the episodes. I try to basically keep this as concise as humanly possible. Just write like the bare minimum for every single technique, and then you can just look them up, play around with this. All of these techniques, you will discover more stuff when you play around with them, but that's for you to find out when you try them out. This basically gives you everything you need to get started with them. And yeah, there's 65 total. There's these pictures here. It is, of course, has a Bitwig bias because I am Bitwig based, but like I try to include alternative ways of doing it whenever I could. There's like one or two techniques that you can only really do in Bitwig, but the rest I kind of included some free plugins or like paid plugins you can use to also do these techniques in other DAWs. I also sometimes some tips for how I used to do this in Ableton and stuff. So yeah, should work for users of any DAW, but of course you can see already there's a lot of Bitwig, because basically whenever I needed a basic example, I opened my DAW and took a screenshot of what is Bitwig. So yeah, check this out. You may enjoy it. Nice little reference if you want to kind of expand your sound design vocabulary, I guess. Learn a bunch of new techniques. Get to create a bit more interesting sounds. Lots of different stuff, and these are all basically these are the techniques that I use the most. So like all my favorites kind of. So yeah, check this out. I've had a few people get it already, and they seem to enjoy it. So cheers, bye. Yo, this one is specifically about pitch envelopes, specifically pitch envelopes for punch or something. So this is how you make kick drums or add punch to your subs or any kind of sound. Really, pitch envelopes really are what adds the kind of impact and punch to kind of pure harmonic sound. So I've got the sine wave here. You might not be able to hear this on headphones. And if we want to add a little bit more sort of punch to this, what we can do is simply take an envelope here, sort of short downward slope, and map this to pitch, and you'll immediately hear it adds this kind of impact to our sound, and it adds this kind of knocky chest knock that kicks and subs and stuff need. So this is something you can use in a lot of bass patches or something like that. Just adding a short pitch envelope to give it that kind of kick drum sound. Or also, this is how you make kicks. You simply take a sort of sine burst. Wait, let me just here. Whoopsie. Simply a sine with a downward sloping envelope. And you just add this kind of thing here. And voila, kick drum. And really this pitch envelope and this volume envelope are really what makes or breaks the kicks. Like there's a lot of other tricks, but really it's just about getting these two right. So yeah, pitch envelopes for punch. Not much more to say about it. Play around with it. Add pitch envelopes, short sort of downward sloping pitch envelopes to anything at the start of your sound, if you want to make them more punchy, which is sometimes something you may want. Cheers. Yo, what I've got for you now is a simple sine wave sub bass. So this is simply a sine wave. And a great way to make this more audible on your phone speakers, or really on any speakers, and also just give it more sound of an impact and something, is to add noise for it. Because if you're on your phone right now, you can't hear this. You'll be wondering what I'm even doing here. So basically what you want to do is I want to add some noise And then you want to make that noise somehow move with that sound. There's a couple ways of doing this. So one way to do this is simply add some noise here. And right now it just sounds kind of detached and random, like there's just noise in the background. Just add it onto the sine. So what we really want to do is we want to somehow saturate or distort these together, because then the bass kind of pushes the noise into the distortion and it starts to kind of flicker with the bass. So you'll get this kind of rattly sound. Let's maybe... You can hear how the distortion kind of glues it to the bass if you want. So another way to achieve this, which is kind of my favorite, is that I simply add in the noise later. And you could also do this in Ableton or something with something like erosion. And then I get an audio rate modulator, and this basically moves at audio rate with the sound that we're playing in. So we want to use this to kind of modulate the volume of our noise. And you see how this noise kind of gets the rhythm of this bass here. So if we turn this off, it's just kind of consistent, while if we turn this on, and then we can mix this in with our bass. You see it repeats on the wave cycles here. And then we can still distort the two together or whatever. I generally like to do this in a parallel chain. So I've got my noise in one chain here on 100% mix, and then my bass in another chain. Simply because then I can filter my noise and stuff. That kind of thing. If you're not in Bitwig, you can also create this kind of fast effect. Whoopsie. With something like a ring mod. So we can get a kilohertz ring mod plugin, and then simply choose our little bass sound here as the sidechain input. And we'll get a similar kind of effect, where if we maybe rectify this a bit or something. Yeah. So yeah, just adding noise and making it kind of flicker with your bass, great way to make it more audible, make it more powerful sounding, give it some presence in the high frequencies without really changing that it's a really low sort of subby bass that doesn't really have harmonics as such. Cheers. Yo, here's another quite simple one, which is basically all about adding two slightly detuned versions of the same sound, which will get you this kind of harmonic phasing effect, a nice kind of movement. So what I'm gonna get is a sawtooth here. And then you can see we have the stereo detune here, which kind of saves us the bother of just duplicating this and detuning one slightly. But you could do the same, just duplicate this and detune one slightly. And you would get the same kind of effect in any other synth, where you get this kind of movement between the two here. So we could do the same, just, you know, get the polymer, get the basic saw, stereo detune, and then we want to pan these both into the middle, so just turn the width down here. Depending on how much you detune them, you get kind of different speeds of movement and stuff. Let's maybe... You will recognize this maybe as a respace or something. Of course, this works on any other sound. Tends to sound better on harmonic sounds, on something like sine waves. It's a bit... You just get this kind of wobble here. Pulse wave, I don't know. You can do this on anything, a very simple technique, there's not much more to say about it. Just a great way to start off your synth patches with a bit of movement by adding 2 layers of slightly detuned versions of the same sound, of course. Maybe just for the non-Bitwig users of you. You should be ashamed of yourselves, of course, but I hear there are people that do use other DAWs, so let's maybe get a basic shapes here. Get a saw wave. And then just duplicate this. Same sort of effect. And this is also what Unison really does. Like we get 2 voices and we have the detune amount here. Same sort of principle. We just duplicate the sound and add it to itself slightly detuned. With some more voice. It gets a lot more sort of fuzzy and noisy, but the principle is really the same. So that's detuning and adding sounds to themselves for stereo movement and such. Also mono movement. Yo, so this is one about glue, which is kind of a way to get different layers to sound like they're one sound, as opposed to just separate different layers. So I've got these 3 sounds here. Just some random stuff to demo, and I want to glue them together. I kind of already explained the principle in different videos. So the traditional way to do this would be to get some kind of compressor and place it on the bus and then compress these together, and this is gonna apply the same volume envelope to these sounds. And it's gonna make them sound like they belong with each other. But I think there's some better ways of doing this, honestly. I've just been making a bunch of sounds and I think you don't really need compression, you can also do it without. So number 1 way that I like to do this differently is that I like to use expansion. So downward expansion, which is kind of similar to gating here. You could do the same thing with something like the Kilohertz Dynamics plugin or something. Of course, you don't need Bitwig for this. So like Kilohertz Dynamic or any kind of compressor really. Or expander, you know. Same, exactly same thing. So you can expand downwards, and basically this is going to kind of apply a gain envelope once again, but it's gonna make the dynamic range bigger rather than smaller, because it's kind of gonna turn the sound down when the sum of all of these sounds is not high enough. And then you can also expand upwards, of course. And I would recommend, especially if you want this upward expansion, to kind of enhance transients, to really use a fast attack time and probably also relatively fast release. And this is gonna glue these sounds together just as well as compression is. If we compare this to this, so this is one alternative to glue compression. Just use glue expansion. That's something that I never heard about for some reason, but it's like exactly the same as glue compression, works just as well. Great stuff. And another thing you can do is that you can kind of, instead of processing one sound on the bus, you can kind of say, okay, let's say we have 2 layers and we have 1 main sound, and really we don't want to affect the main sound, but we do want kind of our layers to follow the main sound, to glue them to the main sound. We can also do that by just simply getting a dynamics here and using the main sound as a sidechain input. So just gonna get the main sound here, and then simply, for example, gating these to the main sound. So now these layers here are only gonna play when the main sound is playing, and they're gonna be kind of muted when the main sound isn't playing. So we kind of set up our gate, make it relatively fast, and you'll see here. And we can also expand these to the main sound. Yeah. Once again, fast attack. makes them kind of follow the movement of the main sound and therefore kind of glues them to the main sound. And another kind of interesting thing you can do with this, with upwards expansion, is that you can kind of bias this towards transients. This is a Bitwig specific thing. You can't really do this in other software as far as I'm aware. Probably some way. There's always a way to do something, but like it's easy. In Bitwig, just place a transient shaper in the sidechain FX. Now make the compressor here, the transients, as louder. So basically it's going to expand the transients more now. And this can really sort of help this match the beats of another sound. So we've got a layer here and it's going to kind of follow the beat of the other sound. So like, let me just put my spectrum analyzer with my little voice here on. So something like this. Now this really follows the rhythm of this main sound here. So yeah, just something I wanted to talk about, a couple of alternatives to kind of glue compression, because I feel like glue compression is often you want more dynamic range, not less, and often you want to exaggerate movements rather than kind of cut them off, which you would do with compression. So this kind of alternative, which is glue expansion, is really the better alternative in my opinion in a lot of cases. And then both the sidechain and the stuff on the bus. So yeah, some ideas to play with. Cheers. Something quite fun with the mental I want to talk about in this one, which is kind of using reverse sounds for anticipation. So basically, let's say for an example we have some kind of impact sound or like a kick sound. Let's just get a kick drum here from our library. Something like this, doesn't really matter too much. And then let's say we want to create a bit of anticipation kind of leading into that hit. Really important, really foundational technique in sound design is just using some kind of sound. Doesn't really matter what, just some kind of foley or something. You can do this with a lot of stuff. Maybe not this one here. Let's say just use this one. Just reverse this and kind of turn this into a riser, just a short little riser leading into the sound. It creates this kind of anticipation leading into a hit. Same thing you can do with a snare or with any kind of impact sound, really. Really popular to do this with kind of claps and then reverse this and then have the sound play in the right direction. So something like this here. Just create this nice little bit of anticipation before the sound. Also really cool if you do this with more complex sounds where you can kind of really hear that they're reversed, because normally they happen in one direction for whatever entropy reason. So something like this where kind of glass is shattering or something. Something like this here. So you can just reverse this. And it really has that kind of sound where you can immediately tell that it's reversed. So it sounds a bit like time is kind of moving around in weird ways, which is cool. So using this in your sound design, just reversing into sounds, your kicks, your snares, your percussion sounds, your impacts, even melodic sounds like important hits in a melody of like a guitar or whatever. Maybe lining this up a little more and making this not too long here. Really helpful little trick. You probably knew about already, but I had to make a little one for this series about it. Yo, in this one I've got quite a niche technique for you. So, let's say you have some kind of sound here, in this case a kick. You may be familiar with this effect, which is something that is used in like breakcore and these kind of genres a lot. That if you just repeat this sound often enough, so maybe if I just take it and just copy and paste it a ton, and this may not be enough yet, it kind of sounds like a note. And like if I repeat it at a different rate, it'll sound like a different note. So this is an effect we can actually kind of use to pitch something, which is quite an unusual way to do sound design. But there's a couple ways of doing this. So let's say we have a kick and a sampler here. And let me just maybe make sure that this is an instrument track. Let's put a kick and a sampler here, and then we can get a note grid. So this is something that is a lot easier to do in Bitwig than it is in other DAWs. I think there's probably some way you can do this in other DAWs, but it's way easier in Bitwig. Let's just clear all of this out. And so basically what we want to do is we want to have a node in, node out, and then we can just connect these up. But what we want to do is that instead of re-triggering this just once for a node in, we want to re-trigger this basically at the rate of a pitch. So what we can do is we can use a square wave here. This is automatically pitch tracked. So like this will just follow the pitch. And then we can say, okay, we want to re-trigger this every time, every wave cycle of this basically. So we can just use this as a new gate signal and it'll play this sample hundreds of times a second. And we probably want some kind of AND gate, because we also only want this to play when we're actually playing a note. We don't just want this to play constantly. If we just hook this up to the end here, it won't shut up, and we don't like that. So let's put this AND gate here. And basically this way we can kind of play this as a note, but not by actually moving the pitch around, but by, let's turn key tracking off here. And the higher the note, the shorter this kind of loop will be. Let's maybe set this to mono. And the lower the note, the more of the sound it will play. So it's kind of a different principle to like retuning this. And also we can just change this pitch now, and it won't actually affect the pitch of the note, because the pitch is determined by how quickly this is re-triggered. So this is more like a form and control now. And we can also do this entirely in the grid. So this way we can create quite interesting sounds, and we can also kind of tune this to subharmonics, to like tune a few octaves down, like maybe 2 octaves down. And we can also kind of use the same sound, like we can use a button and toggle in and out between this and, I don't know, a constant 1. Actually, we don't need a button. So yeah, we can kind of switch between normal sampler mode and re-trigger fast, so it's tune mode. So this might be something interesting for breakcore producers or something. But you can also use this to kind of create like cello sounds and something like this. And what's kind of interesting about this is that it's actually the same principle behind something like hard sync. So let's say we have, and that's something you can do in really any synth. So if we have polymer here or something, and we get like a sawtooth, and we can sync this to the sub here, and then we can freely change the pitch. Let's also look at this on the scope. On this scope here actually, we can freely change the pitch of the sawtooth, but because it's re-triggered at the pitch of this subwave here, it'll still kind of sound like the same note. Just with a different timbre. So like, and we're basically doing this exact same thing, this hard sync thing, but with a sampler instead. So instead of playing just a sawtooth, we're playing like a sample. You can get some interesting physical modeling effects. I actually think of this as kind of related to K+Strong synthesis, you may know from an earlier episode. So like if we look at the delay time, we're doing essentially the same thing. We're kind of playing one sound just over and over again so fast that we're getting a pitch. So if I have like my kick on here, I have it here, and then I can kind of just repeat it a couple times with a delay. Let's put an oscilloscope here, and then if we do this quickly enough, but if we zoom in on here a bit, we can see it's the same thing where it's just playing the same sound over and over again. We of course also make this longer. And it just kind of it's the same thing, like we're playing the same sound over and over again, but with just re-triggering it instead of a delay. So this is kind of a different way of thinking about it, and it's kind of a cool effect for modeling cello sounds or something like that. I can maybe I can show you something if I can find it. TGI, I think it was called, and then I have like woodwind guitar. No, it's like cello, it's called cello something. Double cello, maybe this is it. I used this a bunch of times. No, this doesn't use it. Let me just take a second to find it. Maybe this one here. Let me just search for cello. Every time I call something cello, there's a decent chance that I use this, because it's kind of a cool way to get these. Yeah, here you can see I'm doing the same thing, kind of using this to re-trigger this this sample here of actually also of a kick drum, and then I'm kind of mixing that with some other stuff, but it gets me this kind of, now I'm on a wrong track type here, but it gets me this kind of tune cello sound, because I kind of think of it as like the bow rubbing against the string and just over and over again flicking against it. So let's convert this to a, fuck's sake, instrument track here. And then let's make sure we actually get MIDI. And yeah, that's something I actually didn't talk about earlier when we did this. So if we set this up again. Convert to instrument track and do the same sort of thing. Let me just quickly... you can kind of move the sample position around and stuff and get some interesting sounds that way. So let's get our square wave here, and let's get our AND gate here. And then just get our sampler. You can move around a bunch of different things in the sample without changing the pitch, but changing the timbre instead. So let's get some paper foley, I don't know, it doesn't matter. So here, let's just make sure we get a note. So we can like change the playback position. We can change the pitch. Speed and a bunch of other stuff, and we're not really changing the note we're playing. We're just changing the color. So we have a lot of kind of ways to add more expression to this. So yeah, quite a long one, I guess, this one. But that's the technique. Hope you have some fun with it. Maybe if you find some ways to do this in other DAWs, like if you find ways to do this in Ableton or something like that, do let me know. With Max for Live you can probably do this, but maybe there's a way to do this without Max for Live or something like that. But yeah, cheers. Yo, here's one about creating noise for your basses. We talked about this earlier in another episode, where you kind of add a white noise layer to your bass and it helps make it more audible in the sort of higher frequencies. Well, you can also do this without white noise, and this is a technique that I learned from a producer called Copycat, which essentially is all about creating the noise from the sound itself. A sound to noise in a parallel layer. So I have a bass sound here. Let's maybe go down a bit. Not very exciting, missing a bit of noise, missing a bit of character. So what we can do is we can just split the sound into two chains, and then I'm gonna use one chain to just turn the sound into noise to get our noise layer. The way we're gonna do this is by using a wave folder. In this case, M-Wave folder, free plugin, good plugin. So we're basically just gonna drive this until it's just pure noise. So I'm definitely gonna put a limiter because I'm not sure if this is gonna get loud here. Just gonna drive this You can hear that if we have this on lower driver mounts. On high driver mounts, we get a ton of noise. I assume most of this is aliasing, but it's still gonna kind of move with the sound and have some kind of relationship with the sound. And I guess the reasoning is that this is gonna be a bit sort of more related to the sound than just using randomized white noise. So we can mix this in with our original sound. And maybe filter it a bit and stuff, and also do our usual ring mod stuff and whatever. So we could now distort these together. We could use an audio rate or a ring mod, as I talked about in an earlier episode, if you're on another door, to just modulate the volume of this here. And then we can also change the amount of drive to get it less noisy. So like, I don't know if you're into those kind of tippery, squelchy sounds. I know some people are. Shout out Paliac. So that's also an opportunity to get those, I guess. But yeah, just using this wave folder to kind of generate noise from our original sound instead of just using white noise. Kind of a way to create a related type of noise. Possibly interesting. Thought I'd include it. Cheers. Yo, so here's a little something about EQ, mostly about using EQ more like a sound designer would than like maybe a mixing or mastering engineer would. So I normally would probably use EQ with quite broad strokes or something, but EQ also has a different use, and that it can be used to create resonances and really kind of tune a sound by creating these really narrow peaks. This is something that if you're like a mixing engineer or even a mastering engineer, you would probably not have been taught to use EQ like this at all. You would probably have been taught, oh, when you're boosting, use relatively broad shapes. And yes, maybe if you want to be transparent and stuff, that makes sense. But in this case, we're really using EQ to create harmonics. So an example for this would be, for example, this symbol here, where we could kind of create different resonances here and really give it that metallic sort of shimmer and really make it sit in a certain place. Create some different peaks like that here. Same thing for a snare, where maybe we want to add some sort of metallic harmonic resonances or something here. Or even maybe boost different harmonics we can already see here. I like the sound. We can use this on, let me actually get another example, on a bass or something, where we want to accentuate certain movements of the bass. So for example, let's get a bass here. We get this bass here, and maybe we have it in a mix, and we kind of wanted to have different harmonic emphasis or something. Here we have these different harmonics, and we can just pick these and kind of decide which harmonics we like and which we don't like. So maybe turn this down a bit. Maybe also find a bass that's less of a transient, something like this here. And we can really kind of start picking and choosing these harmonics. With super narrow EQ band. And this is something that's really effective, especially pushing this way and the bass into a distortion or something. We can also use EQ like this to kind of tune a sound. So for example, I've got this bit of noise here, just a field recording of some traffic, I guess. So let's maybe, I don't know, just type in certain frequencies. Depending on your EQ, you may or may not be able to do this, where you just type in the frequencies here as notes. So in this case, let's say we want to tune this to an F. So I'm just gonna use F. I don't know. Let's start with F1 maybe. So just type in F1. Then let's put in the harmonics here. You can look those up if you want, or you just know them in your head. F2, so like the octave. So let's maybe get these two bands here and narrowly boost them. You can really hear those kind of resonances. Same thing here. Then maybe we also want the third harmonic, which is going to be an octave and a fifth. So it's going to be C2. No, C3. Interesting. This kind of thing. And we'll definitely need to turn the output gain down a bunch. And let's maybe also get some more Fs, F4 and F5 or something. Just boost these, and this way we can kind of turn this atonal noise sound into something nice and pitched. So we've created this kind of pad sound. Of course, we can just stack this. And we get this really nice sort of resonator here, just with an EQ. What's important for this is that you'll need to be using minimum phase EQs, which is kind of the standard EQ. This works a lot less well if you use linear phase EQ with like a finite impulse response, because it doesn't really ring as much. But in most cases, you won't be using linear phase EQ anyways. Another thing you can do with this is that you can kind of create physical modeling type sounds. So I've got this foley here. Just a little click here that I'm not even going to key track. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to place an EQ on here and going to key track that. Let's use a equalizer just so we have a different EQ that non-Bitwig users can use as well. So we've got this AP equalizer here. And then maybe let's create some kind of band. I quite like these harmonic peaks here. You can see how we get these kind of resonances here, or even let's use harmonic bands actually. See, this kind of filter stuff out a bit more. Really add some gain, make super narrow bandwidth, and then we're gonna use a MIDI in here and put this into the frequency, and this is gonna key track this for us. Maybe. So we can kind of play this now. I'll leave it up to you to play something music like, so we can choose like different band counts here, of course. And we can also manually add in other bands that we then also just key track here. So let's maybe give this pitch in here. Pitch into frequency, yes, and frequency. So yeah, kind of EQ, using EQ harmonically, using EQ to tune sounds, to create resonances and stuff like that. Another really, I would say, quite foundational sound design technique that I've definitely used a ton, like especially in bass design, but also with these cymbals, or like creating these physical modeling sounds or something like that. Many use cases for this. Yo, at some point when creating your bass sounds, there might come the situation where you want to add a bit of reverb, a bit of space in the chain, but you want to be really careful with this and you want to kind of control it. So in my experience, the best way to do this is to use parallel reverbs in like a little chain here. So what we're going to do is we're going to get an FX layer, audio FX rack in Ableton or whatever in any other DAWs, and we're going to kind of create a specific designated reverb chain here that we're going to process a bunch to make sure that the reverb is really clean and really fills the role in the bass that we want. Let's listen to the bass sound first here. So we're going to create a parallel chain here. I'm going to solo this for now and name this reverb. And I'm going to start adding in stuff. Let me also just get my little thing here back, just for the sake of it. So we're going to add a reverb here. Probably want this to be quite short, and immediately I don't really want the lower harmonics of the bass going to the reverb, so I'm going to cut those out. really want the reverb to be kind of focused on these mid harmonics here, and that also don't really want reverb on the super high. So after the reverb, I'm actually going to remove those because I don't know. Actually, let's do it before the reverb. You can hear there's a lot of kind of noise stuff going on there. I don't really. It's really these tones that I'm after. And also think about adding other effects, like maybe a chorus or something like that in that same chain. Kind of depends on what sound you're going for. Also could add stuff like Resonant EQ from the last episode or something. I'm not gonna do that here. And also think about maybe doing stuff like compressing the reverb. And then I'm gonna add some more EQ to kind of clean it up afterwards, and then I'm gonna later actually keep processing this bass together with the reverb. Really kind of focusing on the parts of the reverb that we actually want. So then we could maybe saturate the two together or something. Saturating reverb with the original sound together can get you some really interesting sounds. Let's also listen to both together first. We want this reverb to be a little louder. And it needs some more EQ. And you'll probably want to keep EQing this reverb as you kind of add more effects, because as we had like compression or saturation or something after the reverb, the sound of the reverb is going to change and you want to adjust it. But yeah, this is this kind of parallel reverb chain that you process a bunch to really give it its place. That's something that I don't just do in my bass chains. That's something that, like when making snare drums, I do this when making any kind of sound really, even kick drums or something like that. Just like having like a little bit of reverb to give it a bit of context, but really putting the reverb in its place so it doesn't kind of muddle it up. You may have heard to not add reverb at all on bass because it kind of can create some mud, but I find if you just control it well, like this, and then really sort of just EQ in the certain harmonics you want, it can really add a lot of interest to your basses. So I would recommend you play with this on all sorts of sounds, really just adding some reverb here and there in the chain in parallel and really controlling it, really not just giving like a reverb with a dry wet, really using reverb that you're really with the EQ and dynamics and chorus and whatever shaping to really fit the sound. So yeah, cheers. Here's a really basic but really useful technique that I use a ton to just add a little bit of extra grit to my sounds. So I've got some different sounds here. I've got like a bass here, or two different basses and a riser, and it's quite simply adding tremolo. I know, it doesn't sound very exciting, but what we're gonna do is we're just gonna add a tremolo, which is basically just like a fast moving volume LFO. And we're gonna set this to quite a high speed, and this can really help us get some kind of distortion, like grit to the sound. So if we listen to this, and then we can really automate this. So we can kind of make this ring out a bit more gritty, a bit more textured here. And set the beats. We use the random amounts, or on this bass here, for example, we can find different moments here that we kind of want to add a bit more movement to. Maybe something like this. You can hear that I already used a bit of tremolo in this bass. I make this a bit faster. Or here on this riser, also really effective. Just have a bit of tremolo here. And then we can also do stuff like have the tremolo speed up as the riser goes on. Maybe speed up a bit faster here. Something like this. Really basic, really effective technique. I use this a lot just because it works well. It gets that light, grainy, gritty sort of texture, and especially if you push this into a saturation or something, No. Saturation. Let's see what. Make this maybe a bit faster. Yeah, lots of fun to be had with this kind of simple trick. Yo, here's a cool technique for like creating lots of glitchy variations of sound. So first of all, what we're going to need is we're going to need our basic sound, and then we're going to route it into a different track. In this case, I'm just going to use the audio track below it. See, this track is called trash, so let's just get it output here. Set this track below it to record, so recording the output of this track here. And maybe also muted. And then what we'll just want to find here is a bunch of plugins that let us quickly switch between presets, and we can create lots of interesting glitches based on our original sound here. So I'm just going to turn on record here, turn off record here, and then just loop this while opening these different plugins. So in this case, I don't know, I have Trash, I have Infiltrator, I have Portal, that kind of thing. And we're just going to flick through presets, ideally using just this random button here, and just record what we get from that. That was Trash. Let's maybe next use Infiltrator. Infiltrator can get you a lot of interesting stuff you're doing this. Just using the same kind of trick, random button. Another plugin that does this well is, I don't know, Portal. Portal unfortunately doesn't have a random button, but I can just, I don't know, select a preset in the glitch category, and then I'm just gonna click this flick preset button a bunch of times. You can of course also use stuff like Bitwig's master record function for this here, which will just record the output, but this is kind of more DAW agnostic. So yeah, also don't forget to hit record. Another plugin that does this is Glitch 2, so this has a load of random buttons, just randomized Sine or something. No, I don't want this recording here. And then we've recorded all these glitchy variations here on a new track as take lanes, as you can see. So if we go to the comping view here, you can see all these different takes we've created. And what we can do now is simply, if we want to glitch up our drum break a bit, we have a bit more material to choose from here. So we can just kind of go in here and maybe deactivate this, have our drum break here. Maybe we want this bit here to be glitched or something. Maybe, I don't know, add a glitch in here or something. I have still have the plugin on, don't I? Hello? Can I please see my device? View, there we go. Yeah, I don't want this plugin here, of course. And we can kind of splice these in, and you can do this with all sorts of tracks. I often do this with melodies or something. It's quite a cool effect. And because we have our take lanes here, of course, we can also go, okay, maybe I don't like this one as much. Maybe let's try this one instead. This one or something like that. Yeah, you get the idea, I think. Just basically randomly clicking through presets, recording everything, and really where it switches between the presets is probably going to be the most interesting moments that you'd never think to sound design yourself. Yo, here's another one of these techniques that I use way too much, to the point where I probably should start thinking about alternatives, because it's getting a bit a bit much. So the basic idea is using a pitch shifter to add upper harmonics to sounds, as opposed to doing the same with like a saturator or with boosting the height. This is just an alternative technique. I've got a few example sounds here. So basically the idea is you shift the sound up by 12 semitones. It's probably best to stick to 12 just because then it's an octave and you make sure that it stays in key and stuff. And then you can kind of turn the mix up and down, and it'll give you this upper layer to this sound. So let's maybe listen on these few example sounds. Just mix the pitch shifter in here, and then maybe change the grain size. You can hear it has this kind of grainy sound to it, so that's something that you'll need to be aware of because it really doesn't take transients too well. It also really depends which pitch shifter you use. Different pitch shifter have different sounds. Bitwig's default pitch shifter is a very grainy, very sort of dirty sounding pitch shifter, which I personally quite enjoy. I often like that it has this kind of grainy character, this really sort of, if you turn the mix all the way up and the grain size down here. You can really hear the graininess here, but if you want something a bit cleaner, for example, you could use something like kilohertz pitch shifter, because it has this autocorrelation built in, and this just allows it to be a little less grainy, a little less rough, I guess. You can also use this to add lower harmonics, of course. So like if we wanted to add some bass to this, maybe set this to -12. And then often what I would do is that I would have this in a parallel chain. So I have one dry chain here, and then one chain with a pitch shifter where I can kind of filter this layer and like add other effects to it and stuff. Having this at 100% mix. There's also some other pitch shifters you can experiment with. So for example, there's Little Altar Boy, of course, which is not a granular pitch shifter as I understand it, so it has a very different sound. I can hear a bit of graininess, but Little Altar Boy really has its own kind of sound. This way you can kind of shift the harmonic center of gravity, I guess, of your sound, like shift it up, shift it down by mixing this in. Also, maybe another alternative would be something like Prisma, which I assume is going to be like a spectral pitch shifter, so you can pitch shift with this too. And then mix this in. So lots of different possibilities for like mixing these sounds, and you can get some really nice sort of gritty high layers with this. So if we listen to maybe this bass, I think this was yeah, so we can get like this pitch shifter here, 12 semitones up, group this, and then we can start maybe filtering this a little. Get this really nice and gritty top end. If we wanted to make it sound even more granular, we could use something like a tremolo. I talked about that in a previous video, so. And then we could like automate the gain of this layer to really give it sort of this upper harmonic resonance that comes in, I guess. So we could have it like come in here. You get the idea. And for this kind of stuff, in this case, the graininess of this pitch shifter is actually a bonus. But it is something to be aware of, that different pitch shifters have different artifacts, and you might want to choose different ones depending on what kind of sound character you're going for. For example, here, if we have these transients here, if I maybe even make these transients more extreme, to really kind of show that this pitch shifter doesn't take that very well, and then limit this. If we just listen to the pitch shifted version, can hear. We maybe delete the automation here. It kind of loses that percussive movement, so that's something to be aware of. You can also use this to add like new transients in and stuff, but it's not going to preserve this super well. Well, maybe a different pitch shifter. I think Little Alter Boy might preserve this a little better, I'm not sure. Yeah, you can hear, for example, this now. This really preserves these different hits. So that's something to kind of beware of when you're choosing the pitch shifter to use this kind of technique. Yo, here's a classic kind of technique to get that color-basy, shimmery sound this time using a vocoder. So what we're going to be doing is using a vocoder where we use modulator and carrier, the same signal for both. So in Ableton's vocoder, this would be called modulator mode, which essentially means it just applies the vocoding to the sound itself. And basically what we're exploiting here is that the vocoder is like a filter bank essentially, so a bunch of bandpass filters, and we can make these quite narrow, and we get all these narrow resonances from that, so we can make the sound resonate itself. So in this case, Britwig's vocoder, carrier and modulator chain both empty here, and we're just gonna apply this to the sound here, and you're gonna be able to hear it immediately, I think. You get this kind of shimmery sound, so if you apply this to basses or something, you get that kind of color bassy thing. Let me just find a bass. Maybe something like this or something, I'm not sure. And then you can do stuff like OTT the sound afterwards. This might get loud. I'm just gonna limit it to be sure. And yeah, you can get these nice sort of shimmery color bass harmonics that way. We can try some different sounds in here just to kind of get you a sense, maybe something like this here. If we make the bands a bit wider, it'll get more noisy and kind of watery. While if we make them very narrow, we get that shimmer sound, especially if we say and change to like a 4-pulse filter. Let's chuck some other sounds in here. Doesn't sound great on everything, but a very useful technique to know if you want that kind of color bassy, shimmery, resonant sound. That's kind of with these resonances that aren't necessarily harmonically related, just using the filters in a vocoder to kind of ring out over a sound. Yo, what I have for you now is a simple technique about using envelope followed noise to add kind of tails to sound. So I've got the snare here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the snare and we're gonna use a test tone, which is just a noise generator. So you can do this with pretty much everything. We are gonna use an envelope follower here. In this case, an audio sidechain, and we're gonna use this to modulate the gain of the test tone. So it's gonna kind of create this noise that follows the envelope of this. We can use rise and fall to kind of change attack and release. Let's maybe limit this because it's getting loud, it seems. So let's maybe change this to white noise and then turn up the fall. So you can hear we get this kind of noise chain, and I'd ideally do this in a parallel chain, so put this in an FX layer. Put just a dry chain here, so we've got our original sound, and we can mix in this kind of noise tail. And change the envelope here a bit maybe. We can do some stuff to this tail to make it sound a bit better, like for example we can filter it, of course, especially with white noise. We probably want to take out some highs. We may want to add some grit and some graininess to it using some techniques I mentioned in earlier parts of the series, like we could use a tremolo on this. That's really fast. That would be one way of doing it, to kind of get that graininess. And we could, for example, combine that with a pitch shifter, because these also have that grainy sound, so just pitch it up maybe and quite a large grain size. And then also maybe add a bit of reverb to it, to kind of give it some stereo and spatialize it a bit. And then we want to change the envelope a little. And we can also do this in multiband. So the way we would do this is using a vocoder. Because vocoder, as I talk about all the time, are just multiband envelope followers. So we can just put our test tone in here, and it's gonna envelope follow this vocoder to the snare in multiband. And we probably want quite wide bands. Ideally, we want less bands in this. So Ableton's vocoder lets you do 4 bands when vocoding with noise and stuff. That sounds better on this. Bitwig's vocoder has a minimum of 8 bands, which I think is a bit much. But we can kind of maximize the range here to kind of spread out these bands. Maybe just gate it a bit, add some release. Want, yeah, relatively wide bands here. And of course we can still filter this and stuff. And we probably then want to compress or like transient shape or something these two together just to glue them a bit. So what I would probably do is like take a kilohertz transient shaper here. EQ them together. Maybe take the sustain down. No, actually add a different one at a lower speed, because like the speed really changes how this sounds. So like use lower speed and then turn the sustain down. Something like this, and then maybe we could also compress these or something, I don't know. All sorts of stuff as you would normally process your snares. Something like this to kind of add that noisy layer to our sound, and maybe we would want to EQ this even more. I don't know, this is like territory where it really depends on the rest of your mix, obviously. Like this can be a great way to make a snare sit better in a mix, or worse in a mix, depending on what your mix is. So yeah, using kind of envelope followed noise to layer in with sound. Snares is the classic, but you can do this with all sorts of stuff. I even do this with basses or something. Yo, this is a really cool technique that someone that makes videos under the name Detuning kind of came up with, which is using the Spectral compressor here. This kind of plugin, you may have seen this about before. It's like popular. There's like an AU5 video on it and stuff, to really extremely compress a spectrum, so this is gonna get loud, be warned, to kind of bring out really tiny artifacts. So a lot of synths kind of have really quiet bits of the sound near the ends of sounds or end of reverb tails, where really stuff starts sounding real, stuff kind of falls apart. There's little bits of aliasing, little bits of kind of downsampling distortion, little bits of other kinds of distortion, and we kind of want to really bring out these super quiet parts of the sound because we want to make weird glitch music with them, or like weird glitch sounds or something. So the way we're gonna do this is we're gonna use like a spectral compressor, and we're just gonna turn up both upwards and downwards ratios to a ton, and like set our threshold. Maybe let's bring our threshold down a bit just to make this not get too loud, and then really gonna bring out these kind of really quiet parts of the sound that way. So we're gonna maybe just draw in a note here and simply gonna start with like the saw oscillator in Vital or something like that. Then let's also turn down attack and release. And then maybe let's, for example, get like a saw wave or something and see if we can like try finding some stuff like aliasing. Well, let's get a saw here. Maybe bring the release up. And we really want to squash this, so let's maybe threshold up, threshold center, threshold slope, bit flatter, mole pink noise, sidechain channel link, window size quite high, attack and release fast, and maybe even stack these. No, we don't want any high frequency roll off, we just want this to be as kind of aggressive as possible, turn down all the knees and stuff. We can hear sort of near the ends of the sounds as well the interesting stuff happens. This can also happen with reverb or something. Let's make just a little impact here. We get these really weird sounds sometimes, so let's maybe just I'm just gonna loop this for a bit and play around with the synth, and you might be able to hear all these little artifacts without providing much commentary, just like from pitching this around, changing wavetable position, stuff like that. Why did I get like Bitwig stock reverb on like some kind of impulse sound, like a snare. Yeah, we get the snare here, and just put Bitwig's reverb on it and listen to what the really end of the tail sounds like using some extreme compression. And this is probably only going to work with feedback-based reverb. So let's listen here. We've got this impulse here. This is what the reverb sounds like without the extreme spectral compression. And really what we're interested in is the very end of this tail. So hear how it gets all weird and pitchy there? That's kind of what we want. You could also do this differently by just bouncing out this reverb here without the spectral compression. And actually let's bounce quite a bit of a longer thing here. And essentially what we're gonna do is we're just gonna take the latest part of the reverb and just add a ton of gain to this. So right now this looks like it's basically silence, but I think there's still a tiny bit of sound. Yeah, you can see here, there's still a little bit of sound in here, so bounce this in place, normalize it, bounce it in place, normalize it a bunch, and we can really bring out the really quiet bits that the developers don't really want us to hear. So let's listen to that kind of stuff. Almost sounds like some kind of a symbol or something. Let's bring this out even more. Just cut this stuff. Focus on even quieter stuff. And just normalize this a ton. Bounce it in place, normalize it. Normalize has like a range limit in terms of how much it can turn up the sound, so you need to bounce it in place again and again. And actually see here it kind of ends here, so I guess it has some kind of a gate or something going on there at the very end, or it's simply a bit depth that's kind of exhausted, but this is like the very end of the reverb tail, stuff you would never otherwise hear. Let's focus on this stuff. Make it even louder. Bounce it in place. Let me just remove this plugin here from my master. Normalize it, bounce it in place, normalize it, and we get these weird things here. You can do this with a lot of other feedback-based effects. So let's maybe try it with delay plus or something like that. Put delay plus on here. Use, I don't know, the reverse mode. Turn it all the way up, turn up the feedback quite a bit. I don't know, just keep it like this. Put this on this original effect. And just bounce this out for like a really long time here. No, we'll need to, of course, have the track activated. And just try to find interesting, really quiet bits at the very end of the sound. So, I've got it. I guess it's, no, why is it not doing what I wanted to do? Let me just delay. Feedback up. Some kind of blur mode like reverse here. Ah, we need some delay time, of course. And let's just bounce this out. Let's actually bounce it in place. And then really focus in on the quiet parts of this delay. So like after here maybe or something like that. Normalize it. Bounce it in place. Normalize it. Nope. Bounce it in place, normalize it, bounce it in place, normalize it, bounce it in place. Go to maybe here. Normalize it, bounce it in place. Normalize it, bounce it in place. See here, there's something going on here. So like, you can see how we can see more and more of the end of the tail. Bounce it in place, normalize it, bounce it in place, normalize it. There's a lot more sound that's just super quiet, so we never get to hear it. Delete this bit. Normalize it, bounce it in place. You know the drill. Want to hear what this sounds like. Normalize it. Bounce it in place. Normalize it. Basically trying to find the very end of this tail where sort of the depth reaches its limits. Yeah, I think we're getting there. Normalize it, bounce it in place. All that seems to be left at this point is some kind of tone here. Oh no, it keeps continuing actually. Yeah, this doesn't seem to get much more interesting, so let's maybe try something different here, where we kind of, this might be a bit longer, I just want to try some stuff now. So like, we've got the snare here. Hello? Let's put a delay on there, and then let's put some interesting stuff on the feedback loop maybe. So let's maybe try to find artifacts of like a spectral effect. Let's put transient split in here. And we're not even going to do anything, we just want the artifacts of like the transient split being applied to the sound over and over again. Kind of listen for what it sounds like after we've applied this hundreds of times to this delayed sound. That will be kind of interesting, I think. So let's just really zoom out here and just bounce this in place. This is going to take a while, of course, because that's quite long. See how it repeats again and again, and we're really interested in these later repetitions. And then, of course, delete this effect here, normalize it, bounce it in place, and listen for this now, and then maybe... So let's keep that, but then let's bounce this in place and try to normalize it a bunch, because this is like much later down the chain. Right now it looks like total silence, but I strongly suspect that this is actually not total silence. We'll have to see, I guess. Bounce it in place. Is it total silence? Maybe it is. Normalize it, bounce it in place. I have to repeat this a bunch. I guess it might actually be total silence, so let's listen to the end here. I guess cut this off, because here we can see it's not total silence. So let's bounce this in place and normalize it and stuff. Normalize. Bounce. Why is it not bouncing in place? Hello, is this a Bitwig bug or something? Drag it to a new track. Hello, bounce. Reverse content. Why are we not getting a bounce option here? I guess let's just do a different thing by just applying a ton of gain with tool. We can do that too, of course. We don't need bounce in place. Just turn it up this way and bounce this out to a new track. Maybe. This is getting a bit out of hand. There seemed to be any sound arriving at the master here. So we definitely broke something, which is an achievement of sorts, I guess. I just really want to hear what these later parts of the sound like. Let's try a way of doing that. Put this on a new track, solo this. Maybe restart our audio engine. Now we've got a bounce back. There we go. You can see there's more to the sound here. It keeps going. Because these transient split effects, they do change the sound a tiny bit even when they're dry. They're not perfectly clean, and that's kind of what I'm interested in here. Let's get here. Normalize, bounce in place. Listen to this. Bounce it in place again. Normalize it, normalize it. Go even further. And then we can kind of compare this to the first few sounds, see if anything changed after just applying this transient thing here. Just bounce this in place. Yes, there we go. You can see this was really exponentially getting quieter, but it's not disappearing entirely, which is kind of the interesting part. And then let's maybe try this again with the feedback chain with something more interesting. So let's maybe compare these two sounds. So you can see transient split, relatively clean effect. Let's listen to the two. We've definitely lost a bunch of high frequencies, which is maybe just due to the delay. So let's maybe try this with some other sound and effect. So let's maybe get a snare again, just because I like snares, I'm sorry. And let's pick some different effect for just applying over and over again. So yeah, basically what we want is we want high feedback and then just apply something over and over again. Let's see what kind of, let's maybe try something like, try to find if saturator has any interesting artifacts. Let's just saturate the sound over and over again. Just gonna keep default settings, kind of mostly listening for the stuff that's going on behind the scenes, not actually the effect of the saturation, so I don't actually want the saturating. So yeah, let's turn the drive all the way down. And then let's just bounce this for like a really, really long time, the longest time we can get. Something like this here, just to see what happens. Bounce it in place. And this is gonna take fucking ages. Why is it? Oh, I forgot to turn the feedback up, I'm really sorry. That's of course important, so let's just scroll out all the way and just basically listen for what happens after we apply this saturator. Over and over and over again. I think I may have broken Bitwig. Can we go all the way to the start somewhere? Let's just... Yeah, there we go. So we just want a really huge time selection. Okay, and then we're gonna bounce this, and I don't know where the pause button in my current OBS setup is, so you're gonna have to sit this out. Actually, maybe let me just... I'm gonna edit this. Yeah, let's be real, you don't wanna see all of this. You can kind of see here different instances of the snare repeating again and again. Got it here. And if we zoom in, maybe sometimes we kind of see it, but this is gonna take ages. So, maybe we overshot a little bit there. So yeah, let's just bounce this and maybe apply this like 100 times or something like that. That should already be plenty. Just get something like this here. And bounce it to a new track, I think is probably better. With a ton of feedback, of course. You can see all these different snares here repeating. Once again, what we're interested in is less so these here and more what's happening at the very end here. So let's cut this here. Let's get a tool. Just turn the gain up a ton and see if we can get any sound out of this. Don't want to dither because otherwise I think it'll just kind of get lost in the dither noise. Might need to bounce this a few times. Maybe this is actually too late. So let's start with somewhere where we actually have some sound. So let's get like this here and try to get it normalized. By just bouncing it in place and normalizing. And see how these snares sound. First thing we notice, of course, is a lot of high frequency loss. That's just the delay. Really starting to hear the resonance of those delay filters here. See what this sounds like? Yeah, this isn't too interesting. Let's try something spectral again. Let's try M transformer. Something like this, where we can really get the kind of spectral weirdness happening on the later beats. And then we just turn up delay time a ton. And bounce this out. This is gonna get interesting. We can see it kind of gets quieter here quite quickly at a certain point. That's something we'll be able to listen for, and then maybe see how far down the line we can actually still find some sound. We can immediately see, okay, we've got some pre-ringing here from the FFT stuff. That we don't really, no, we don't really have that much in the originals now. So that's something kind of interesting. You can see this, it's kind of more and more blur into the same sort of continuous tone almost. So let's see, we're gonna cut this here, move this here, normalize, bounce, normalize, bounce, normalize, bounce. It's gonna take ages because it's a really long clip. Yeah. You can really see these sounds kind of blurring together because there's just so much pre and post ringing from all the spectral stuff. So that's pretty interesting. So I guess we can keep that there and then really focus on sort of the quieter bits once again. Just take this one over here and try to kind of Bounce this in place. Let's maybe listen to this one here in the meantime. What we've got here. We can't because it's bouncing. You can see here this just keeps going and going, and really strange sound combinations. So yeah, what we've got here now is basically the first two iterations of the delay, and then just further and further down the line you can see how the sounds really blur together. So let's listen to these. This is how the delay kind of started. Can already hear some artifacts here. This is a bit further down the line. Really getting that weird spectral sound here. Let's go even further. Can really hear some weird tones kind of coming out. Listen to this one here. I don't know, maybe this is not really interesting to you. I find this really fascinating. Also, we can try some other stuff. Maybe let's try something like get tons and tons of aliasing. We may regret this. Aliasing is not a very beautiful sound. So let's get some kind of sine wave here at 100 Hz. And just push this in here. And then what we want is a delay on this with like some kind of thing that applies saturation to this over and over again. I'm gonna use Saturator, which uses some fancy anti-aliasing, which may have its own kind of artifacts, which may be interesting. Just kind of sort of a hard clipping type thing here. And just apply this over and over again. And just see what happens here. Let's zoom out. No, zoom out. Hello? What's going on? Make this much longer and just bounce this out. We need okay, so we need to turn the feedback up, of course. And let's just zoom out a ton. And bounce this. Sometimes these controls are not built for zooming out that far, I guess. Okay, let's bounce this out. Okay, so we've got our bounce here of our little beep sound, and let's just compare once again the first few, which have only been saturated a few times, and then the ones that will probably have tons and tons of aliasing, possibly, maybe. You will see, you can already see these are kind of blurring together here. That is to be expected. Let's just bring this one here and then get something at the very end here. In this case, they all stay loud, so we don't really need to bother with much normalizing. Just listen to them. So this is at the start. And this is much further down the line. And we can try this with all sorts of different saturations. They're gonna have different artifacts and stuff. I don't know, I find this stuff really interesting. You may find this really boring, but maybe you can find some new fun sounds using techniques like this. Who knows? Alright, here's a very simple, very popular EDM kind of technique for creating risers that kind of relate to your arrangement. So I've got this beat here. And I want to kind of create like an intro with a riser. So basically what I would do is I would bounce out the first beat kind of like this here. Just bounce this out, record it to a new track basically if you're in another DAW. Then I could add reverb to it, like a load of reverb. And then bounce this out, just in place here. And then I can just take this bit after the hit, reverse it, and this is kind of my riser. So I can just use this to kind of lead into the beat. This kind of thing. A couple of things you can do to make this a bit more interesting or like more clean. So first thing you can do is basically, before you add the reverb to this, what we're going to do is reverse this first, and then we're going to add the reverb to it, kind of to get that more seamless transition, because we're going to reverse it again. And you can see this point in time here basically relates to the very first part of the beat. So if we bounce this in place here, we can now take this point in time and it kind of lines up with that first part. So if we bounce this, basically we just get kind of a smoother transition here. So we do this. And then this leads into a beat. A couple of other things we could do. Of course, we don't need to use reverb. We could also use something like delay or something. And we could automate that over the tail. So like the delay has kind of a pitch shifty sound or whatever. Bounce this out. And then we get these kind of rhythmic beats that go into the beat, stuff like that. So yeah, very simple idea, very popular sort of EDM technique, just creating a riser from a sound. This is especially interesting on tonal material, because of course the riser will kind of have the pitch of the note. So for example, you could do something like create a riser based on a note in a chord here that isn't in a chord here. So you kind of get that suspended sound that then resolves into the note where it suddenly makes sense harmonically, that kind of stuff. Various things you could do. You could of course add all sorts of effects to this, pitch shifting and so on and so on. Cheers. Yo, here's a useful technique for drum editing. Basically what we need is some kind of multiband FX here. So I've got the snare here. And we have a multiband split. You can also use things like Ableton's multiband dynamics or something. You just need to be able to solo the chains. So basically we have the snare here. And we want to be able to edit the envelopes. So essentially what we can do is we can just solo the things here, the chains, highs, mids, lows. And then what we can do is we can bounce this out here while we have the chains soloed. So we can bounce out the highs, we can bounce out the mids, and we can bounce out the lows. And now we have all three of these layers here, and together these sound exactly the same as a snare. So like, just quieter because these audio tracks are quite quiet. And now we can kind of edit these envelopes separately. So maybe, for example, we want to make the lows shorter or something. So we could like make this more snappy. Just cut this here, fade this down. This is a technique I learned from Warsaw, if I remember correctly, to kind of give credit here. We have the mids here. Maybe want to turn them up a bit, especially in the tail. And then, I don't know, we can do something to the highs. And we fade them in. I don't know. And we can just get lots of different variations of this drum by kind of editing these envelopes here separately. We have bounce out from the multiband FX. So yeah, that's it already. That's the technique. You can do this to pretty much anything, of course, but it's especially helpful with like a multiband FX and with drums. Yo, here's another simple drum editing technique. So basically we have the snare here, and we're not satisfied with the transient. A very sort of stupid, very basic but surprisingly effective way to remedy this is to simply cut it here at the transient. So we've got this transient bit here. Just this first little knock and then the snare. And then we're just gonna use a clipper here. And a scope. Nope. A scope. And we're simply going to boost this. So we're gonna like bounce this in place here. And just boost it the fuck into the clipper. Bounce it in place. and boost again. So it really is driven into the clipper, and we get this really nice clicky transient just from the snare thing here. You can kind of hear it here. Maybe we want to clip it off a bit more. We can also do stuff like listen, slice mode, pitch shift it. And this way we can kind of enhance the transients of our drums. Just taking the first bit, making it really loud, clipping it off so it's not just a tiny pokey thing, but more something that's sort of the drive of the saturation is actually giving the sound. Like you can see when we don't clip this here. You can see it's just this pokey thing here, but we want relatively clipped peaks here just so we can make it nice and loud, and kind of more use this to kind of generate harmonic energy with the clipper by really driving it in there. Although this can sound cool too if you just leave it pokey like this. But yeah, a little technique for enhancing your transients. Cheers! Here's a technique known as spectral gating. You can do with a bunch of different techniques. We can basically use this to kind of isolate different harmonics and stuff. So we've got this bass here from the Glitch with Friends sample packs because they're nice. And we kind of want to isolate only the loudest harmonics. So there used to be a plugin called Spectral Gate. I don't know if I actually have it installed right now. Yeah, I do. And we can just use this here. Maybe pitch this up a bit, just so we can hear it better. You can kind of hear how it only lets the loudest harmonics through. Same with this here. We can also do this with something like M-Transformer, and this is my preferred way of doing it, just because it's a bit easier. So basically we just get the level and kind of draw in the transfer function of like a gate. So basically something like this here. Let's maybe add some higher harmonics here first. So we get this kind of interesting spectral stuff. We can also draw in some other stuff here, just kind of see where it gets us. This is like a wilder spectral transfer function. This is not just a gate anymore. So yeah, pretty cool, especially if you then drive this into an OTT to kind of get some highs back. You can also do this with something like, we have this loud split here in Bitwig, so we can just isolate the louds, and this is exactly the same spectral gate. Tilted. Yeah, just kind of a classic way to make something sound spectral by only letting the loudest harmonic through. That first plugin, Spectral Gate, that's free if you like in another DAW or something and don't have M-Transformer. It's by this guy called Andrew Rehman. Yeah, you can find this if you Google it. Leather, Spectral Gate, Spectral Suit. I'm sure someone made a video on these. So yeah, spectral gating, pretty nice way to get wobbly, weird digital sounds. Yo, this is one about sine compression, which is a way to turn simple sine waves into kind of complex neuro basses. So we've got this this one note bass here. This is just a sub note, you can see here. You probably won't actually be able to hear this on most of your like phone speakers, so maybe wear headphones for this. Saturator. We're just gonna saturate this, add in filter movement, saturate this, add in filter movement, basically over and over again. So like, let's just introduce our first few harmonics here. Then we can get our EQ and just make it move around a bit. Just gonna use a random to kind of get something quickly. You can put a lot more care into this and you'll get better results, obviously, as always. So just kind of gonna add some EQ thingies here that kind of move around randomly. Kind of classic neuro technique. And this way basically we are kind of filtering out these harmonics the saturator is adding in back again. Like if we did this before the saturator, there wouldn't be anything to filter. So we can kind of do this. Saturator EQ. And then we basically just repeat this, and we kind of ideally repeat this with a bit more care. Meaning like, we set up each saturator and EQ individually and really make something that sounds cool, but because you don't have time to watch way too long videos on YouTube and I just want to get this done quickly, I'm just gonna basically repeat this, and because each of these has kind of a different random, there's gonna be a bit of interesting movement. Maybe let's just repeat this, and this way you can kind of build your little neural base. Maybe change the speed of some of these and kind of shift some of these around a little bit, just to kind of keep things interesting. And then we can put an OTT at the end. We can also just change our BPM to kind of make these move faster or slower. Ah no, they're not BPM linked. Never mind, I didn't say anything. Yeah, that's the basic idea behind sine compression. If you do this properly, you get a lot nicer sounds out of this. You can get some, like, these are kind of sine compression style basses. This kind of thing here. Yeah, this kind of sound is what you can get if you do this with a bit more care. So, sine compression. Cheers. Yo, here's a technique that was popularized by Mr. Bill and eventually turned into his plugin with Baby Audio's Slap. So basically, we have a snare, we don't like it's transient. We have another snare, we do like it's transient. We simply take this transient, copy it here, paste it here, and kind of crossfade between the two. Maybe let's copy a bit more here. And we basically just hard paste this in. We don't want to layer this because then these are kind of gonna phase, so we're simply gonna paste this in. Because it's relatively short, it doesn't really matter if we crossfade here or not. It's gonna sound fine either way. But let's just, for the sake of it, crossfade a bit. And this way we get a nicer transient on this kind of snare. Kind of similar to the transient boosting, except this time we're just stealing transients from other sounds. You can probably actually just like build a library of transients that you like and that you just paste into your snares. This is also especially effective on kicks. So maybe if we get TV4 kick or something, you can use this kick and just paste this transient in here and we get like a nice clicky kick. Up to you if that's an improvement or making it worse, but depends on which transients you choose, of course. The idea is relatively basic and just something useful that I think you don't really think you can do unless you see someone else do it. You can just paste transients in because they're so short. It really doesn't matter that you just hard cut between two sounds and it's just a burst of noise anyways, kind of. So yeah, transient replacement. Yo, here's something about frequency shifters and the harmonics they create. So what we've got here is a simple saw wave. And if we use something like a pitch shifter and shift this up or down, basically what we get is that all these harmonics move together and kind of become multiples of each other. So like, you can see that this is 100 Hertz, 200 Hertz, 300 Hertz and so forth. And if we use a pitch shifter, those relationships are kind of maintained. But if we use a frequency shifter, these frequencies are all shifted up instead of multiplied. And this way we kind of get these weird sort of metallic harmonics. You can kind of hear as I start shifting this, that this starts sounding kind of dissonant and weird and metallic, and that can be pretty cool. Maybe let's do a saw with a bit of a higher pitch. So we can use this. This is especially useful on something like snares or something, where often the harmonics you want, the overtones you want aren't actually harmonics. You want something that's a bit sort of detuned and kind of weird. So frequency shifting snares to kind of pitch them up or down can be a really cool sound. Maybe let's just try it on this random one here. So if we frequency shift this, kind of make it more metallic sounding. And the frequency shifter also nicely preserves the transient. So that's something pretty cool you can use also just on your snare fundamentals or something like that to kind of get that nice sort of metal sound. So yeah, frequency shifting on snares to kind of get the harmonics out with whack. Pretty cool technique. Yo, here's an interesting kind of relationship between pitch and the size of a sound. So basically repitching a sound makes it sound like it's a bigger or smaller object. So I'm gonna set this warp mode to repitch here, and I've just got like a glass sound here. And if I just pitch this down, you kind of can hear how it sounds bigger. Like it sounds like quite a sort of solid metal bar or something. And if I make this really short and kind of pitch it up a lot, it sounds smaller. So this is one of the reasons you might want to record at a higher sample rate, because as you pitch down, you kind of lose upper harmonics. Maybe a bit more of a complex sound here. So repitch and then just pitch it down. Sound like pot lids or something like that, much bigger. We can push this quite far, and you'll be able to see that we kind of lose some higher harmonics here because these sounds were recorded at like a normal sample rate. But you can hear how it sounds much bigger, and likewise if you just push this together a lot, pitch it up a lot, it sounds like a much smaller object. So that's kind of an interesting relationship. A YouTuber called Ifta has made really neat videos kind of demonstrating this further. But this relationship between pitch and size is something you can use a lot in your sound design. If you want to make something sound bigger, pitch it down. If you want to make something sound smaller, pitch it up. Yo, here's a way of retuning your kick drums using EQ. So we've got this kick here. And we want to change the pitch it kind of lands on. Basically with pitch you get this kind of downwards pitch envelope. And it lands on a note. So using EQ we can essentially turn down the note it originally lands on right now. And then just pick another note. Like, I don't know, let's say we want to tune this to F. We just place an EQ note on F. Kind of make this nice and narrow. Resonant, and we just this way kind of make this ring out on F and land on the pitch of F. So before we had it kind of tuned to, I don't know, A or something, and we could also, I don't know, tune it to, let's tune it to B, and maybe turn the clipper on. And turn this down. And if we tune it to a higher note, often it's kind of a good idea to just do it with a high pass filter so we don't get anything lower. So let's just remove this band, and basically just place this high pass filter here on whatever note we want to tune it to. So yeah, retuning kicks with Resonant EQ. There's a couple plugins that specialize in this, but you can do this with any EQ you want. Oh, let's say we want to synthesize a hi-hat. Let's maybe take a look at a normal hi-hat first. So we've got this thing here. This is just a recording of a hi-hat. So basically we can see it's kind of more or less white noise, but it has tons of little harmonics. So if we want to remake this, what we could do is we could use something like a test tone to generate some white noise here. So there we go. Let's use a white noise generator. White noise. We don't just want an envelope. Basically something kind of vaguely hi-hat shaped, and a lot of old school hi-hat synths stop here. So this is kind of vaguely hi-hat sounding. But we want to filter this a bit. So basically, first of all, we're going to take out the load. And then what we're going to do is to kind of create these resonances is we're going to use a comb filter. And kind of mix it in to make the spectrum a bit more uneven and kind of focused on certain harmonics. And the way that we get this to be less tonal and more kind of hi-hat, weird metallic, is just stacking a bunch of comb filters at different pitches. And so with these comb filters we kind of get that metallicness of the hi-hat into the noise. And that's a very simple way to synthesize hi-hats. Cheers. Yo, here's a bit of a different but kind of similar technique for making hi-hats to last episode. So once again we're gonna start with a simple sort of white noise blip. But instead of using comb filters this time we're gonna use convolution. So basically what we can do is we can just get any kind of hi-hat sample and drag it into a convolution and use it as an impulse response. And that will just turn it into a kind of filter profile that is then used on a hi-hat. And this kind of gives a hi-hatty sound. And then we can do fun stuff like program little grooves with this. With like different velocities. And kind of use velocity here, so like an expressions modulator or whatever it's called in your synth, to like modulate different things, like modulate the attack, maybe have lower notes, quieter notes have like a shorter attack or something, and this is kind of all be reflected through our hi-hat thing here. So we can get some more interesting hi-hat grooves this way. So yeah, pretty cool technique for making hi-hats. This is something I actually use a lot. Yo, here's a weird way to do gating to get a kind of weird noisy texture. So we have a drum break here. Let's just quickly go over normal gating. Basically just turns down everything below a threshold. So like without. And then we can turn the threshold up, release down. So we can make this even weirder and noisier using per sample gating. So essentially this just means the gate will have absolutely zero attack and zero release. And there's a couple ways of doing this. So one would be bitwix bit 8 here. But you can also do this with plugins. And using this gate here works per sample. So you get this really interesting, weird kind of noisy texture from it. Because if we look at a scope here, it essentially only lets through single samples here. You can see how it only lets super short bits of the sound here. So another way we could do this is using a wave shaper and just drawing the transfer function in. If you've not seen my video on transfer functions, maybe, and this doesn't make sense to you, maybe go watch that. But basically, this is a gate. And we can kind of, let's not drive. Why is it so loud? Ah, I want it to be symmetric. So yeah, drive this in here. Same sort of effect. Let's just put a limiter on here. And you can get really interesting kind of textural layers from this. This super short, weird, perky kind of sound. So yeah, pretty cool stuff per sample gating. Something I use a lot when I try to kind of create textural layers and stuff like that. Yo, so here's a cool little trick for tuning different layers of your sound to overtones. So basically you probably know how, if you get like a note here, it has all this overtones, all this overtone series. If you have a saw wave, it gets all these overtones. And let's say we want to tune this specifically to these different overtones to, let's say, create interesting layers or something. With normal tuning, you can't quite do this, basically because normal tuning is slightly off, but we can just use just intonation. So we can kind of put this just intonation retune thing here, or in different DAWs you'll need different tricks. Get another layer here. And then we can, for example, get a multi-note and I don't know, use a fifth, an octave and a fifth above. And now this this sound here is perfectly in tune with the third overtone here. Because basically just intonation is a type of tuning that is exactly aligned to these overtones. So you'll need to know your overtone series in MIDIs, the octave and the fifth, 2 octaves and a third is another one of these harmonics. You can see here, that's how we get this one. 2 octaves and a fifth, 2 octaves and a third, or 3 octaves and a third, and so on and so on. 3 octaves here. So basically this is our overtone series, which we can use to kind of tune different notes, which is pretty neat. And we can do this with just intonation, just to kind of show you that these are slightly misaligned here. So let's maybe... we can't really see it, it's a very subtle difference. But basically now we can kind of use this to create different layers for different overtones. Let me just make sure this is a pure sine. Basically we have a sine wave here, and then let's say we want to add a third. We just use a multi-note, we use our just intonation thingy here. And then we can, for example, add the third overtone here, or we can like also add, I don't know, the 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth overtone, fifth overtone, and so on. So we can kind of use this too. And then we can do stuff like arpeggiate through these and kind of arpeggiate through overtones of a note. So one thing I kind of like doing is that I get these multi-notes, and then I get these notes here. So these are all overtones. And then we can kind of create an arp through the overtone series. So if I get like an arpeggiator here, and then it'll kind of cycle through these overtones here, and then we can kind of do stuff like randomize these and maybe do this in a note layer so we get the fundamental all the time. So we can group this here, randomize these, and then get a different note layer that's just basically putting the note through. So we now get the fundamental and like cycling through different overtones. Let's slow this down a little bit, and I'll show you what this sounds like in a second, don't worry. Slow it down and maybe make this random. Or maybe there's like a random other, I think. No, there isn't. So yeah, now this basically is a note with randomized overtones because we're kind of arpeggiating in just intonation through these harmonics here. You'll need to look up these harmonics, just Google like harmonics in notes or something, and then use these semitone values. So if we listen to this, we get this kind of very pure tuning. So now what we could do is, for example, we could add some more MIDI effects to this, like, I don't know, maybe like a dribble. And a note length to make these a bit longer. Keep a look on the spectrum. And then we get all these kind of multiple notes here. Make the dribble a bit slower. Randomly going through the overtones. And then we can use this as the starter, for example. What I've done before is like a neuro bass. We can also use, there's this other thing here, it's called like a ricochet. Yeah, this one here. Kind of makes the notes bounce around. So that's kind of fun. Let's just maybe create some more here. And then make the gate length, make sure all the notes are pretty long. Kind of get more overlap, and then we can listen again, and we get these kind of harmonics that are randomized here. Hope this all makes sense. It's almost like we've turned this multi-node with the just retuning into a kind of additive synth. And we can kind of treat the harmonics independently and stuff. So that's a pretty cool trick. Let's just maybe do a little demo sound, because I feel like this explanation wasn't great. So let me convince you with some sounds here. Also, when we now saturate this, we get very pure harmonics, because we're only driving with multiples of a fundamental here. So we can kind of like make a bass with this, for example. Let's turn this up. So yeah, it's pretty cool using these kind of harmonics in just intonation as a sound design tool. Maybe something you didn't think of yet before. Hope this was interesting. Cheers. Yo, so let's say you have like a bass and you want to add some kind of moving bandpass filter peak to it. You may want that sound, but you may not want to just lose all of the sub-range and all of the highs and stuff, because of course this right now is barely even a bass anymore. It's just some wobbly mid-range. So what you can do to kind of restrict that filter is, as opposed to restricting the range in the filter moves, in which the filter moves, is just kind of restricting the range the filter can affect by using some kind of multiband thing. So like, think kilohertz multipass, think Bitwig's multiband FX, think enabled, and you can kind of make your own split track with like EQ3 or whatever. I'm sure you've heard of this, or maybe not. If not, look it up. So basically now what we can do is we can kind of set a range which this bandpass filter can affect, and then below it, whenever the filter kind of moves below or above this range, it'll just kind of get taken over by an unbandpass filtered signal. And this way we get that bandpass filter movie sound, but we still keep a nice thick sub and also a bright high end. We get that wow wow without all that loss of energy. So yeah, simple trick, sometimes useful. Yo, here's some important ideas about panning you need to understand if you want to use it in your sound design or just in mixing in general. So ordinary door panning, meaning like the panning that's in every track, the kind of pan knob, enabled in Bitwig, whatever, kind of works by just turning the left and right speaker up and down. So what I've set up here is basically I've got a 1000 Hz sine wave in the right channel, a 100 sine wave in the left channel, and if I pan this, you can see I just make these different waves louder and quieter. So kind of if I hard pan this signal to the right, the information that used to be in the left channel here, it doesn't update right now, but this is gone. So this is just lost. While there is an alternative way of panning, which is usually referred to as true stereo panning or something like that. You can sometimes get that control by right-clicking your pan knob of your kind of mixer. By just right-clicking this in different doors. In Bitwig it works a bit differently. We have this device here called dual pan, and basically what this lets us do is pan the left and right channel individually. So instead of just turning them up or down, we can actually move the signal that we used to have in the right channel over into the left. And you can see now we have both signals in the left channel. Same for the signal that used to be in the left channel. We can kind of move it to the right, and there's like 2 different gain modes for this. But what we could do is basically we could make like a macro here, call this our pan. And maybe put it like this. So, no, actually we need to have both by 2. So now we can kind of pan to the right. And basically instead of losing the signal from the left channel, we actually move it into the right channel, and like this here. So that's kind of an alternative, arguably probably better way of panning, because we don't lose information as we do with normal panning. If you have like hard pan signals or something in a mix and you normally pan, something can get lost. So yeah, kind of an interesting idea to understand about panning. Maybe look into that, how this works in your DAW, if you maybe have some way to kind of get this true stereo panning, where you actually move signals from one channel to the other, as opposed to just turning channels up and down. I didn't have any audio demos for this, because I think the conceptual understanding is really what matters here. You can make some audio demos for yourself if you understood my explanation. Cheers! Here is an interesting resynthesis technique that's pretty unique to Bitwig's grid, although you can probably also find a way to redo this in something like Pure Data or Max for Live or Reactor or something like that. A kind of modular environment. You probably just need to find the right modules. So what we've got is a break here, and we want to kind of resynthesize this using a dome filter. So this is a really interesting filter. Basically what this does, it is analyzes a signal as if it is a single sine wave, and then it outputs different things. You get like a real and imaginary, which we're not going to be using, which is basically just the normal sine wave, and then a phase shifted signal, which is quite useful for other stuff like pitch shifters and stuff like that, frequency shifters, sorry. And then you get these other 2 signals, which are basically what the volume of the sine wave would be and what the phase of the sine wave would be if our input signal was made of a sine wave. I hope that makes sense. So what we can do is we can get a sine wave here. Sorry for stealing your catchphrase, dash glitch. So we can get a sine wave here. We can input this in the phase and set this frequency to 0. And then we can also multiply this to kind of use this as a volume envelope. So now this is basically determining the volume, and this will recreate this original signal here using this sine wave. So it should sound pretty much exactly the same, unless I messed something up here. What I've got here is a break, by the way. So yeah, you can see we've kind of remade that original signal using this sine wave. It sounds just the same. Why would we want to do this? This is boring. What the hell? What's the point of this? Well, we can now mess with the sine wave and kind of resynthesize this original signal with different oscillators. So we can do stuff like turn it into a saw wave with this skew here, or fold it up or something. I'm just gonna let you listen to this. It's quite interesting. Lots more nonsense we can do with this. We can, for example, because we know this is our phase and this is our envelope, we can also start doing stuff like, I don't know, adding additional phase modulation to our sine wave by just adding an oscillator in here or something like that, and adding that to the phase. Not multiply, I want this to add, and then listen how that sounds. Or because we know this is our phase, this is our envelope, we can also use another way of extracting our envelopes. Let's just use an envelope follower and put our original signal in that and kind of use that as an envelope. I'm gonna maybe do this with like a blend. I forgot the keyboard shortcut, I'm sorry. Merge blend is shift. So we can kind of blend between using a Hilbert transform envelope follower from the DOM filter and using a different kind of envelope follower. The clean result will obviously be a Hilbert transform because this is built to work this way, and the other is just a different kind of sound. So let's listen to that. Or we can get something really snappy like this, like just use a slope down for kind of envelope following, and use an absolute. So basically what we're doing is we're just rectifying the signal, flipping all the waves up, and then making them not go down quite as fast. So we get quite sort of transient, heavy, snappy downward envelopes here. You can maybe just visualize them in the second output. Or we can kind of process these envelopes, we can bend them. And this way kind of add extra energy to our transients. You can kind of hear this. Now let's maybe also, I don't know, FM our transients a little bit. So we can like get a sine here and use this kind of FM technique where we had the, add this together, but only add this on these kind of attacky bits. I don't know, I'm just messing around here. You can do all sorts of stuff with this once you understand the basic, okay, taking phase and amplitude apart and resynthesizing with a sine. Let's just put this in here. Let's see what this sounds like. Maybe. You can get all sorts of weird, sort of interesting sounds with this. There's a couple of different things I've made using this. Let me think if there's anything else to say. I don't think so. This is really the basic idea, using this DOM filter and basically starting with this setup here, just multiplying by the amplitude and phase modulating by the phase, zero pitch sine wave, and then we can just start messing with this to kind of process a signal in really weird ways. You can also, I don't know, turn this into a wavetable, and then we can like go through different waves and kind of resynthesize our signal from different, I don't know, with a Telecaster wavetable or something like that. We can also pitch track this. Let's maybe do that also. Let's just get some notes here. We just need 4, I think, or like 2. Let's just do 2, just to kind of show the basics. Let me move down an octave or 2, because I want something kind of bassy, something like this here, and just use this as a pitch here. Kind of get some kind of bass line here. Pretty cool. Yeah, all sorts of weird stuff we can do with this. Just messing around with this basic setup of sine wave, amplitude, phase, and then just going off to wherever. Maybe you find something interesting, let me know. Cheers. Yo, here's a very basic sort of foundational technique for getting different sounds out of a sample. So what we're going to use for this is Bitwig sampler and cycles mode, but you can also do this with other samplers in different ways. I just don't know how to do it specifically with those, but you can probably figure it out using a granular sample. So we're going to just use a break sample here and put that in here. And instead of playing this back normally at normal speed like this, what we're gonna do is we're gonna set the playback speed to 0 and kind of freeze this and instead move through it by hand. So we kind of get all these weird sounds out of it. Let's just listen to that. We want to do that with an LFO, just a random maybe, to generate some different sounds and resample them. And then we can kind of just scrub through this and kind of move around in time in weird ways. So that we can also start messing with the pitch and stuff. Maybe let's add a second LFO and deactivate this so we kind of get our normal scrub through here at different speeds, and then we can use this other LFO to kind of mess with that playback. So let's just basically get this here, so this kind of just goes through the sample normally. And and then we can start messing with this by just changing the playback speeds here or randomizing certain things. And then we can, I don't know, push this into a limiter, transient shape this, OTT it, or the usual stuff. And get all sorts of new interesting sounds out of our samples. We can also do this with like melodic samples, of course. So let's maybe, I don't know, get like a guitar and scrub through that just to see what it's like. Let me find something interesting here. Something like this here. So yeah, lots of different variations of samples to be discovered here. Hope you enjoy. Cheers. Yo, just something about pitch shifters, a way to abuse them, to use them as granulators, because a lot of pitch shifters really are a kind of granulator. Basically, they cut the audio into little grains and then they play these grains back faster or slower and kind of loop them. So we can kind of abuse this. I've just got this guitar here. And I've got a pitch shifter here, but I don't actually really want to pitch shift it. I would just want to granularize it. So I'm going to set the grain size quite low down. And you can do this with probably most DAW stock pitch shifters. Not all pitch shifters are granular, but a lot of them are. And I'm basically just going to shift it up and then down again. And what you're gonna hear is... we get this kind of granulization, so we can kind of stack these. And maybe use something like a stereo split. And like use slightly different settings in left and right, so we kind of get some widening going on. Just move these grain sizes around a bit. So pretty fun. We can also make our own grain delay in Bitwig, because Bitwig doesn't have Ableton's grain delay, and everyone is very sad about that. But we can just put a pitch shifter in the delay here, shift it up. And I've used this before and people thought I was just using Ableton's grain delay. So that kind of speaks for the effectiveness of this technique, I guess. So just shift it up, shift it down again. And kind of add some feedback here. And then maybe we actually want a tiny bit of pitch shifting, so we can start adding some randomization here and just sometimes turn the mix down a bit here and there, so we kind of get a little bit of pitch shifting. They don't always cancel out each other perfectly. They kind of move a little bit. And we get this kind of shimmery in both directions. Let's do it in stereo. Maybe add another pitch shifter before that. That's kind of just there to kind of shift it up. And just have that at a low mix value. And then we can add a little bit of blur. So there you have your grain delay in Bitwig. Cheers. Yo, so this is a way to kind of get metallic resonances using modal filter bank. A modal filter bank, basically, I've got an example here. These are just little bandpass filters. Let's maybe get a break in here, because I like using breaks for examples. They just tend to give a good idea of what stuff is gonna sound like. So we get these filters here. Let's just limit this. And basically there is a really neat plugin called Modal that lets us do this, but with way more filters. And it sounds really cool. So tons and tons of little bandpass filters. I assume this is some kind of impulse response. We can set the number of bandpass filters here. It distributes them over the spectrum. We can set the overall decay. We can set decay per frequency with these curves here. And we can set modal density. We can also constrain them to a note, but sadly we can't key track them. So I tend to not use this one. So we can kind of get like little metallic resonances here. Let's just listen to what the breadth of this sounds like. So you can already imagine what kind of fun you could have with this for drum design. Let me just show you like a little preset I've made that's just called like snare or something. Modal snare. Yeah, Modal snare metal. So basically what I've done is I've just taken Modal here, kind of created like a high frequency ring, and this is really nice on snares. So you get this kind of this metallic resonance that is really great for snare design. Really cool stuff, just like modal filter banks, tons of little bandpass filters. Works basically the same way as like the modal engine in Pigment or something, just as like an FX plugin. Really neat. I like this plugin a lot. It's very simple, but it just does what it does very well. So a useful technique whenever you want to make something sound kind of metallic. Cheers. Yo, most of you are probably familiar with the principle of wavetable synths. You get this waveform, and basically you can scrub through different waveforms here, and for example Polymer or something like Vital, Serum, Pigments, whatever. And you can make your own wavetables for this. I've made a couple here, these are just some that I sometimes use. And I just want to show you how I would go about making these myself, basically how I made these. So first of all we need to make a sound, and then we need to turn it into a wavetable. For the sound making part, I'm just gonna select phase 4, and I like to use a relatively low bass note just because then we get kind of more room for overtones and harmonics, but I don't want it to be so low that we cannot hear it anymore. I'm just gonna make this a bass note here. And then I'm gonna set up a macro, which is basically gonna be the scrub through the table. And then I'm gonna map this to different stuff, and this way kind of design my wavetable. So for example, I could first of all just automate this here. Sine wave, bit boring. Let's add in some harmonics with some FM and make these FM things move around. So maybe just move this FM amount up, move this FM amount down, move this up, and bring in this as a volume. I don't know. Not the prettiest of sounds, but that's not really the point. It's more for demonstration. I trust you to be able to make prettier sounds with this. Let's maybe just bring in some cross FM here just to make it a little more interesting. And then also we can of course use filters on this and all sorts of nonsense. So maybe open up the filter a bit. I don't know, mess with the saturator a bit somehow. And let's just pretend that this is a very great sound and we want to use this as a wavetable. Let's maybe... Yeah, let's just say this is a wavetable. Now we're gonna bounce, just gonna bounce this out to a new track. And then what we'll need is some kind of synth with a wavetable editor that lets us basically turn this into wavetable. So you can use Serum for this, you can use Vital for this. I'm gonna use Faceplant because Faceplant has a few more options than Vital, and I don't have Serum. So let's just use this. Let's put this on a new track, Faceplant here, and kind of get our root node in here. And then let's just automate a wavetable position. Let's gonna map this to a macro here and just automate the position. So basically we can kind of check that this is actually working. Unfortunately Bitwig doesn't have a stock wavetable editor, and neither does Ableton or something like that. So you'll need to use some kind of synth like Vital or something. And this is basically the difficult way of doing things. In the next video I'm going to show you the easy way of doing things. So we're going to get the sample here. Important, don't drag the audio clips. You'll need to get the audio event from inside the clip. Just drag this in here, and now we can import it as a wavetable. So let's maybe listen for this. Let's just draw in our MIDI note here, F0. I think we use an F0, I'm not sure. And then we can mess with this a bit to kind of make sure that we actually get like clean frames in here. So we can get phase alignment, log fundamental, but align the rest. And this can sometimes change with the sound, so you kind of need to check here how much crossfade you want, how much phase alignment and stuff, and these kind of options. You get similar options in Vital. I think we use the higher note, so let's maybe check this with the higher note. So this sounds a bit different. These all have kind of different sounds, and none of these are going to be quite perfect. So naive is quite nice. A root pitch detect seems to be F3. Let's just tune this because we know it's exactly F3. Nope, detect. and just set this exactly to F3. And then maybe log fundamental. That sounds pretty good. So we can use this, done, then use the file and save the wavetable. Just save it into my wavetable folder here, wherever you put this. Just gonna call this hello. Why can't I fucking type in here? Whatever, I'm just gonna call it phase 4 bounds 1, I guess. So that's the wavetable. We've saved this now, and now we can use the synth like Polymer and basically add this as a location to our wavetables. So what we would do is we would go to Polymer, go to wavetables, and then we just till the wavetables here, import wavetables. Find the folder that we saved this here. I think I saved it somewhere in my sounds and samples. Probably just called it wavetables. I just saved it there till the wavetables, select all folder. And I think now we have our phase 4 bounce 1, and now we have our own custom wavetable that we made inside Polymer. So now you can make your own wavetables, which is pretty cool, because you can kind of develop your own library of sounds you find useful. For instance, in case you're not satisfied with all the ones that Bitwig delivers. So that's how to make wavetables. Yo, last video I showed you the maybe more custom but difficult way of making your own wavetables. Now we're gonna do the easy way, just using Vital. So we can bring up a Vital patch here. We have a note here. Let me just get the spectrum analyzer in here. And then we can just play back a note. And let's just make a patch. Let's just automate this LFO and just kind of change a bit of stuff. So we can kind of, I don't know, we can maybe use a factory wavetable to start with. Just use like a basic shape saw wave kind of thing. And this is basically use like a filter, and I don't know, move the filter up, and then whatever, we use a second filter and we also move that around, and this is a phasery filter because why not, and we also move this, and then we also move the filter drive, and I'm just doing random nonsense here, just whatever sounds cool. Add some distortion, add another filter, that's, I don't know, some kind of comb filter maybe. Maybe move this around a bit. Maybe add an EQ that we move around a bit, because why not? This is our wavetable now, not the prettiest sound, but for demonstration it'll do. Then we can just right click here on the wavetable and resynthesize preset to wavetable. And then we can just copy this wavetable, initialize a preset, paste this in here. And we have whatever sound we just made as a wavetable. So let's just see if this actually works. Yeah, one thing we'll need to do is, you can see this kind of repeat here. So what we need to do is we kind of need to, how did this work again? We kind of need to move this position here. Basically bring this to the end of a cycle and have this position at the start of a cycle. So we only move through our wavetable once, and then we can just save this wavetable as tutorial wavetable. And same sort of deal as in the last video, we can of course use this in export wavetable, use this in Polymer or whatever. How to do that you can see in that video. Just gonna put this here. Save this. Export to wave file is probably what we need to do to actually use it in Polymer. So let's maybe go to sounds and samples, wavetables, tilde tables, vital test, whatever. And then we can use it in Polymer and stuff. And now, if we go to Polymer, let me just quickly show you this again in case you didn't watch the last one. You should be ashamed of yourself if you didn't, of course. We can just import wavetables, go to our folder here, tilde wavetables, select, And 1 second, it'll probably take a bit, and then it'll appear here. Yeah, vital test. We made a custom wavetable in a bit of an easier way, but also we're limited to vital using this technique, of course, but you can do lots of cool stuff with it. So, easy way to make tons of wavetables. Cheers. Yo, this is kind of just how to make one of those classic synth sounds, an FM-y kind of key sound. So what we need is some kind of FM synth. I'm gonna use phase 4, you can use Ableton's operator or Vital, phaseband, whatever. And basically what we're gonna need to do, it's quite a simple idea. We just need to map this to the mod amount. So basically to the FM amount. And then we get this kind of downward attack slope, and this way we can, if we just bring in some FM here, let's maybe find some more. Just a bit shorter maybe. Easy metallic kind of keys. You'll need to spend a bit more time to get this to actually sound nice. Let's maybe do that quickly, just so. Yeah, you get also in the bass, if you play this in bass octaves, you get this kind of deep house sound. Both are kind of based on that kind of filter womp that comes from modulating the FM amounts. Let's maybe bring in a second envelope that's really short and that's just really there for transients. So we can kind of, I don't know, use this thing here. So make this envelope really short. Kind of add in our transient here. So this is how you would go about creating all sorts of rollsy sound. You can then use something like expressions and velocity to maybe map that to the ADSR amount and maybe to this length or something, and also maybe a bit to the sustain here or something like that. Sounds really nice if you add some resonators and stuff afterwards as well, but this is kind of the basic patch. It's always quite fun to play because if you have this velocity, it's a bit responsive and it's sort of a nice kind of key sound. And the same principle is also used for using something like snare fundamentals. So like, you could kind of shape this envelope a bit. Add some noise to that and you've got a snare. So yeah, FM-y kind of donk, just modulating the FM amount, very simple stuff, very useful. Yo, here's a pretty cool physical modeling adjacent technique we can achieve by abusing send tracks. So basically what I've got here is a super short sort of impulse sound. And I want to resonate this. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to add a send track and send this sound to the send. Kind of important that you do this pre-fader because we want to be able to mix these independently later. So yeah, set the send pre-fader and then send this into the send. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the send into itself. And what we'll get is a feedback loop, and the feedback loop kind of implies a pitch. So what we'll be able to hear, and be warned, this can get loud. You will always want a limiter on your bus here. So we send this track to the send and then send the send to itself. And what you get is this. A kind of note. Now if we add a little delay in here, I'm just going to use a time shift, which basically is a very simple delay. We can kind of tune this note. So that's pretty interesting. We can add a filter in here that we can use to damp this note. Now we will want to use a filter that doesn't introduce any latency. You can see in the inspector whether something adds latency to your tracks. Because EQ Plus, for example, adds a bit of latency because it's oversampled, I think. This means it'll change the tuning. So we can quickly just show you this. Adding EQ Plus to this track here. Very subtly shifts the tuning, so you probably want something without latency, although you heard the difference wasn't huge. So we can kind of damp this note. We can add non-linearities like filters into our feedback loop. Now, once again, these often have latency, so it's going to change the tuning, but whatever, I'm just going to accept that now. Some really interesting sounds there, I think. And then the really fun stuff starts happening once we add another send track or another. So we can kind of create these networks of send tracks that send audio to each other. So for example, on this send track, I'm just going to put a pitch shifter. And this isn't really physical modeling anymore. This is just sound design. And then basically I'm going to send the first send track to this track. And then this track here back to the first send track. So it kind of goes out this track, into this track, gets pitch shifted and goes back. Well, that's kind of interesting. So you can create all these really interesting feedback delay networks with this. What I did here is basically I used this kind of technique to physically model a snare, kind of inspired by a Zaya James video. So I've got the stick sound here. Let me just mute all the other sound. This is basically my trigger. In this case I use quite a metallic sound. Then I've got my, oh, this is because of all the processing on this actually. Let me just turn that all off. Maybe you can hear it better then. So we've got the stick, then we've got the top membrane, which basically is hit by the stick and feeds back into itself. And then we've got the bottom membrane, which is tuned slightly differently, which also feeds back into itself, feeds into the top membrane and feeds into the snare wires, which kind of feed back into themselves and the bottom membrane. And then we've got the reverb, which is fed by everything and doesn't really feed into anything. And all of these together, we get this kind of snare sound that we physically modeled. I've made a few attempts at these, not all these go super well. Here's, I think this one was a bit better. Nah, it wasn't. So yeah, if we add tons of effects to this, we can actually get it sounding kind of cool. But yeah, interesting technique for kind of making these sounds using these networks of resonating delay tracks. This one was really nice actually. Let me just turn off all the effects. So yeah, a bit quiet, but really interesting kind of sound design technique. Using feedback delay networks on send tracks. And of course, if you're willing to accept the latency, you can put any kind of effect on these send tracks, like spectral stuff or delays or whatever nonsense you can think of, really. Up to you. So yeah, something to play around with. Feedback on send tracks, feedback networks of send tracks, that kind of stuff. Putting different effects in there just always have an auto mute or a limiter and be ready at any moment for the sound to blow up, because once the feedback kind of starts reinforcing itself, because it gets louder with every cycle, this can get loud very, very quickly, and this can get very painful for your ears. So limiter, always have a limiter. So yeah, cheers. Yo, so this is going to be a video about concatenative synthesis, which is a bit of a niche technique that's becoming somewhat more popular recently for some reason. So what I'm going to be using to explain this is the plugin Graffiti by Red Timbre Audio. There's also a couple of other plugins you can use for this. There's the standalone open source software Audio Stellar. There's the data mined audio concatenator. There's the Max for Live device Corpus Concativus. There's a couple, and I'm going to be using this. So basically, concatenative synthesis is kind of a, I would call it a specialized category of granular synthesis that kind of combines granular synthesis and data analysis. So you usually start with a corpus of samples. In my case, I'm just going to use a bunch of my glass samples here from my glass pack, available now on my Gumroad. Been available there for a long time, to be honest. I'm gonna put all of these in here, and then we can set analysis parameters. So in this case, I want to analyze the sound by, I don't know, noisiness and slope on X and Y axis, and basically it's gonna chop all of these sounds into tiny little grains, and then sort them on this graph here on the X and Y axis, and then we can kind of scrub through this graph here to play back these grains. And because they're all sorted by kind of similarity, we get this nice kind of continuation between grains. So I'm going to put an OTT on this just to kind of level out the volume a bit, because usually these grains are all kind of different volumes here. So if I just kind of draw a line on here, you can see it kind of attaching all these different grains to each other. And that got way too loud. Let me just limit it a bit more. And then we get a couple grain parameters, kind of classic stuff. The grain shape here, so the volume envelope of each grain, how close the grains are to each other, the grain size, the grain pitch. Then we can also spread these in stereo. Or we can reverse some of the grains. Kind of depending on which analysis parameters we choose, we can kind of get different sounds. So we can chuck a bunch of different samples into this and kind of just let it sort them on the map, and then scrub through it and find new kind of motions in this. Yeah, I'm just gonna show you some more examples, I guess, because this is just kind of a sound that you kind of have to know. And then I usually like noisiness and slope, but you can also sort them like by loudness and pitch or whatever. You can, up to you. You can experiment with these parameters yourself. And then I'm just gonna, I don't know, maybe get like basses here instead and see what that sounds like. So we're gonna clear the corpus here, chuck some basses in. It's gonna chop those basses, analyze them, put them on a graph here once again. Let's maybe... Yeah, let's keep with noisiness and slope. So we can kind of create new basses from basses we had, like these are the basses. And such, and then it kind of chops them up into grains, and we just get different kind of sounds by moving through these grains. And then we can also make it follow this path and stuff. I'm not gonna demo that now. Or we can use like a region here instead. And get lots of kind of new interesting sounds from our sample library. So yeah, this is really not much theory you need to understand for this. It's more just fun to play with and then kind of figure out a way to post-process them nicely to get them all sort of sticking together a bit more. Let's maybe play with the grain size a bit just so you can hear that. You know. Let's turn the stereo spread down and maybe the reverse. So yeah, lots of kind of fun new gestures to be discovered this way using concatenative synthesis. Let me just maybe open a new Firefox window to quickly show you some other alternatives you can use for this. So there's, let me actually make sure you can see this. You can see this frame here. So there's Corpus Concatenative for Max for Live. Free device by Vibrous, pretty cool. It's kind of very similar to this plugin, just lets you sort these grains on a map, choose like analysis parameters here, X and Y axis, all the usual stuff. And then there's also Audio Stellar, which is kind of a standalone software that then also lets you sort samples into folders and stuff. But you can once again see you get all these points on this map and you can kind of cycle through the map. This has some kind of cool generative synthesis things built in, like you can have different sequences and you can have like particles and you can have morphs and you can have like a burst of particles, really cool for making claps and stuff. Then there's also the data mined audio, the concatenator. That's not something I've used myself because it's quite expensive and I've not gotten myself to buy this yet. Gonna take a while to load, but basically this then also uses this analysis to kind of re-synthesize other sounds using these grains. So basically it analyzes your sound as a path on this 2D map and then plays back that same path using some kind of corpus you put into it. So yeah, that's concatenative synthesis. That's all there is to say about it, really. Have a play with it yourself. A lot of these plugins aren't free, but for example, Audio Stellar is free, and if you're using Ableton, the Vibrous device is free. So really fun kind of experimental sound design technique that kind of takes granular synthesis to the next level. Cheers. Delays have this interesting property that they can pitch shift a sound, which is pretty cool and something we can kind of abuse for sound design. So basically the way I'm going to demo this is just with a sine and an oscilloscope, and what's important for this is that you set the delay you use to repitch mode. So most delays have kind of the repitch as a standard mode, but not some delays kind of specifically have certain algorithms to prevent this pitch shift, but in this case we want to exploit this pitch shift. So yeah, we don't want it to set to crossfade, we want it to repitch, which is kind of just the default standard mode. So you can see if I wiggle this around, basically what we get is a form of Doppler shift. So let me maybe turn the delay, the scope a bit wider. You can see that because we kind of push time back and forth with this delays, waves get pushed closer together or further apart. So we hear this as a kind of pitch shifting. I'm just gonna play you this sine here so you can hear it. That's the basic idea. So the fun part of course starts to happen once we use this for silly glitch sound design, because that's probably the meaning of life. So we have this drum break here and we have this delay, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to randomly modulate the time here, just kind of make it wiggle around a bit, so it kind of and then also give it some feedback, just because why not. And then we can kind of play back this drum break and we get these kind of pitchy copies of it. So let me just first turn off the wiggling so we can kind of hear the difference, and then I'm going to turn it all on. And let me turn it down a bit. So that's the basic sound we're going for. That's really all there is to this technique. Just something kind of cool to put in your change, these kind of pitchy delays to get all of these weird glitches. We can then of course also mess with like putting different kind of effects in the delay feedback chain. In the case of Bitwig and other DAWs, this might be more tricky. And like, I don't know, putting like pitch shifters in here and whatnot, and having all sorts of fun with it, and also maybe modulating the delay mix or something. Well, just an interesting way to kind of generate glitches by using the Doppler shift of a delay. I think you get the idea. Cheers. Yo, here's an interesting way to tune a sound. So what we have on one track is a saw wave. And in one track, a weird kind of mess that I made by just reversing and time stretching a drum break. And what I want to do is use a spectral compressor to tune this to the note of the saw wave. And then of course we could also just use a synth on the saw wave channel. Just important that we output a kind of saw audio. So essentially what we're going to be doing is we're going to sidechain this, select the sidechain input, and audio 10. And then we're going to set this spectral compressor here to the sidechain mode. Basically exactly sidechain matching here. And then let's just listen what it sounds like now. And then just turn the ratios up. Turn the window size up. Window overlap down. Attack and release up. And you can hear how it kind of forces this into the shape of the harmonics of the saw. So now we can kind of mess with this, make this more or less extreme. So we're kind of using the harmonic profile of the saw wave here to resonate the sound. Let's maybe just look at the spectrum analyzer of the two next to each other, and I think it'll be kind of interesting. So basically what you'll see in orange is the saw wave, and then what you'll see in blue is this sound here. So you can kind of see how it's made to like approximate the harmonic profile of the saw wave, and now we can kind of blend with this, or we can tune some other sounds, or we could, for example, turn this track into a hybrid track, or even nope, let's turn this into an instrument track. Let's use a polymer and kind of create our saw waves this way, and then we'll be able to kind of play this saw wave, which would be kind of cool. So I have my MIDI here. I'll just make sure this is getting MIDI. So we can hear. And I have my track here, so I can kind of play the resonance of this. Let's maybe turn it up a bit and saturate it a bit, and this way we kind of can create interesting basses. Of course, we can also play chords. all sorts of fun to be had with this by using this spectral compressor with a high window size and sidechain matching mode, and using a tone. Basically, saw waves tend to work best because they have all the harmonics as a kind of sidechain source, and then just tuning any old drum break. Maybe we can also, let's just draw something in here and try some other sound that we can put here instead of this drum break. Let's just put like an F0, and then I don't know, G sharp 0, and just loop this and put some other sounds through this just to hear what it sounds like. I think you get the idea. Lots of stuff to explore for yourself. Spectral compressor, by the way, free plugin in case you didn't know. But you've seen this plugin. Let's be real. You all know this plugin. Or maybe you don't. No shame if you don't. But most people have seen this probably. So yeah, cheers. Bye. Oh, here's how to make a little rack that separates the sound into its transients and bodies. And we don't want something spectral like transient split that's going to cause pre-ringing. We want to do this all in time domain. So basically we want two FX chains, one that's transients and one that's rest. So let's start by isolating the transients, and then later we can just figure out how to get the rest. So what we want to do is we got this break here. Turn the volume down a bit. I'm just going to use a simple transient shaper plugin like Kilohertz Transient Shaper. And let's maybe have a scope here just so you can kind of get a better sense of what we're doing here. So I'm basically just going to turn the sustain down, and then let's maybe map the speed to a macro here. So we can kind of choose how long we want our transients to be. Also going to turn the pump down, so basically we just get the attack here. Then yeah, mapping the speed to a macro. And then essentially the transients are a lot louder than the rest. Of course, we haven't quite isolated them perfectly, so we also want to gate this a bit. Basically just using a normal gate to ignore this extra stuff I have here. Just setting the threshold quite low. We really just want to gate out this stuff here. We don't kind of want to keep this. So let's just actually maybe stack the transient split twice. And then we can just apply a gate with a short release and kind of depth all the way up. So this is our transient chain. And for the rest, what we're simply going to do is we're going to phase cancel the transient out of it. So we have the full sound here right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to use an audio receiver. Just get the transients from our transient chain. We've got this FX layer here somewhere. FX layer chains, transient, gate out. And then we're going to use a tool. And let's just use the default tool so it's easier for you to remake. Just use this. Phase flip the left and the right, or polarity invert rather. And now we've got the polarity inverted transients in this chain here. And the rest of the stuff in this. So if we add the two together, it's just gonna phase cancel the transients out of the sustain. So ideally this should just work. Let me put a limit on this. So we have the transients here. And together this should be completely neutral. You could say these transients are a bit too short. If you think that, then maybe let's just turn down the pump amounts here. So basically we also get the pump kind of stuff into the transients here. So we kind of just get longer transients. And let's turn the gate a bit up maybe. We can also maybe map the gate threshold to a macro here, just so we can tweak it a bit. So stuff like that. The soloing doesn't quite work for some reason because the sends are weird, but the splitting definitely works. So we've got the transients here and the rest here. So let's maybe just turn this down. Yeah. You can hear it a bit better how we've got the rest. And the transients here. So yeah, this should work in pretty much any DAW. You should be able to remake something like this. You just need the transient shaper, which is a plugin, a gate, which hopefully your DAW has, and a way to route audio between them, and a way to phase invert, which should be pretty standard stuff for any DAW. So yeah, easy transient splitter for making something like split EQ or something like that. Anything else really. Cheers. Yo, here's a stupid simple technique, but it just kind of sounds cool, so whatever. I've got a clarinet here, an orchestral instrument, any kind of orchestral instrument, doesn't matter. And you can get surprisingly cool instruments by just pitch shifting these around. Just pitch shift this down an octave, and you get, because pitch and size are kind of linked, you get almost this like really big kind of bass clarinet sound. I tend to pitch sounds down rather than up because I like bass. Just put some OTT on this. Pretty cool, right? Just pitch shift your orchestral instruments around. I think often there's this kind of thinking that, oh, because it's an expensive orchestral instrument, you can't do any sound then to it, but you can just pitch shift this around, treat it like any other sound, do a lot of nonsense to this, experiment with different pitch shifters, so like Little Altar Boy is gonna sound different. Let me just make sure that my... Or like, we could use something like Prisma on this. Also gonna have a different sound. Maybe make it quite as low. I pitch shifted it up accidentally. I want to pitch shift it down. And we'll need some OTT. Because of course we need OTT. You can hear it's quite a different sort of sound, much quieter, also much more pure harmonically, and we kind of get those rich upper harmonics you get from the granular pitch shifting. Also get a bit of a spectral warble here. Let's just saturate these in between pitch shifting stages. So yeah, you get the idea. Just pitch shift around your orchestral instruments. You'll find cool stuff. A lot of instruments I use in songs are made this way. It's simple, but it just works. So the goal of time stretching or time warping in DAWs really is changing pitch and timing independently, but that's kind of impossible. So whichever way you do it, you always get some kind of interesting artifacts, and we can use these artifacts to our advantage by using them as the basis for sound design. So I'm just gonna get a sound here, it's maybe like a little break, and I'm just gonna play around with warping this. So you can see in between we get these stretch modes and they're called warp modes. A raw, let's start with the most basic one. Repitch, which just does the kind of default warping where pitch and timing are linked to each other. So if you stretch it out, it gets lower in pitch. In a way, this is the cleanest warp mode, but often this is not what you want. But it kind of just plays it back faster or slower. Then we got some granular warp modes like stretch and stretch HD. Then we can start hearing some of the grains if we push this. So we can kind of get a nice granular sound from this. Can set different grain parameters here, grain size and stuff. Some cool sounds to be discovered here, also with reversing and stuff. You can use Stretch HG, which is basically the same but in multiband. Has a slightly different sound. You can use Slice, which basically just slices the transients and then either mutes the rest or fills it up with granular or ping pong delays. So it kind of preserves transient nicer. So we get these kind of tails with granular. Or ping pong. We've got cyclic, which is just very granular. And Foreman sets the grain size. And Elastic Solo. Which kind of preserves the formant, but it's just a bit weird. Then we get into the spectral category. So we've got Elastic, Elastic Echo, and Elastic Pro. Elastic just transients preserving. So if we really stretch this, we can get some interesting spectral kind of sounds. Also, if we then pitch shift it, let's pitch shift it up maybe. It's gone quiet for some reason. Let's just bring it out again. And keep going with Elastic. So let's just cut this here. Split. And we want Elastic, and then we just stretch it way more than would reasonably be acceptable, just because we really want these artifacts here. See, this can start sounding kind of... I seem to have crashed my audio engine doing this. That's cool. I'm doing real sound design now. It's gone very quiet for some reason. Let's maybe turn it up a bunch. Put a limiter on it and push it in there. Let's just DC offset. So maybe we've pushed it a bit too far. So let's maybe move on to Elastic Echo, which is kind of a smoother spectral scratching. That's now way too loud. Sort of interesting spectral kind of droney sounds in there. Then Elastic Pro. Once again, I think tries to preserve the transients, and that seems to cause some kind of issues, so maybe push it less far. See if we can get some interesting stuff from that. Seems to have broken it, so maybe. Yeah, Elastic Pro seems to have a limit, but we can like shift format and change resolution and stuff. I turn the resolution all the way down. And then shift the format around. And of course you can also automate these, like you can automate pitch now or something like that. you know? Let's maybe automate it in a short little clip here. Do this. And this will sound different in every warp mode, of course. So we can go to, sadly it doesn't work with repitch, but we can go to stretch. And it's very different sound. Elastic solo will probably quite sounds almost kind of like a pink trombone, like a voice synthesizer. Stretch, cyclic, yeah, elastic echo or something like that. So yeah, lots of sound design to be done with warp modes. Cheers. Normally you would make your kick drums with a sine with a pitch envelope, but here's a kind of alternate way of doing this by starting with some noise. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna draw in a note here and just get a simple noise generator, just use test tone and then use some white noise and then use a filter. So basically instead of creating the kind of filter envelope by simply pitching a sine up and down, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to kind of filter up and down. And you're going to be able to hear the results in just 1 second. So I'm going to turn the gain up here. And we simply want to make sure we have a noise burst first. Something like this will do. Let's maybe make it pink noise. And then we want a bandpass filter for pole. And we just want an AD envelope here, or maybe let's actually use a segments. Put this in one-shot mode, just so we can have some more detailed control, turn smoothing all the way down. And then map this to the pitch envelope. No, the pitch, not the resonance. So we can kind of create a kick this way. We get maybe slightly more organic sounding kicks. Compared to using a sine with a pitch envelope. I don't know, I wouldn't call this physical modeling, but we are using kind of resonance, so that's kind of cool. So yeah, different ways to mix kicks. Just put some white noise into a modulated bandpass filter that goes from a very high frequency to a very low frequency. Yo, so here's something quite important you need to understand when using noise in sound design. So there's basically two different kinds of noise. We've got kind of randomly generated noise. Let's put this in FX selector. And we've got sampled noise. So randomly generated noise is randomly generated each time, but it's a little different every hit. So what I've got here is test tone as a noise generator and a filter after it. And you can hear how the sound is a little bit different every time. And this is simply because this is random noise. But if we want to design drums, we often want very precise control and kind of really pick what we're doing. So instead what we want to use really is sampled noise. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get a test tone here. And create some noise here and then bounce it out. And now we can use this noise here inside this sampler here, and this noise is now going to be the same every time. Which is a really important difference to understand. Same sort of thing in the grid. We got two different ways to get noise, and they kind of have different reliabilities. So we have the noise from our random category here, and we have this sampler. into which we can put noise. And if we want a reliable noise, that's the same every time, we should use the sampler. In other synths, like for example Vital, we kind of get a similar thing too. In Vital, it's just always a noise sample, and we just kind of want to make sure that we turn off this randomize here, which kind of randomizes the start position. Also, we turn off phase randomization, by the way, to kind of avoid randomization here. Or if you're using phase plant, I think there's different types of noise too. So if you have like a noise generator here, yeah, you can see it. You can pick between stable noise and random noise. So stable noise is just going to be the same every time, which when designing drums is something, especially for like transients where like micro changes can make a big difference. Something that can save you a lot of headaches to just use noise that's consistent and the same every time. While if you want something that varies a bit every time, use random noise. So yeah, cheers. Yo, so I can't sing like at all, but it doesn't matter. Like, I have technology. So what I recorded is this little thing of me making a sound with my mouth. I don't even know what note it is, it doesn't matter. We'll fix that in a second. So first thing we probably want to do is find out what note this is. So what I'm gonna get is M auto pitch, because it also has a pitch detection in here. It's free plugin, just basically like some kind of auto-tune thingy here. Seems to be some kind of C sharp. So what we're gonna do is we're basically just going to make sure that this actually stays at C sharp by only selecting that note and kind of auto-tuning it to C sharp to kind of stabilize it a bit, because I'm not great with pitch and I probably messed it up and wobbled around too much. Make it a bit slower maybe, but more depth. Okay, so it seems to be consistently low, so maybe we can just pitch it up a few cents here. To kind of let the plugin do less work. So it kind of wobbles around in both directions. We could also use something like Prisma to kind of tune it even further. Select like a C sharp here, color. Maybe a bit much, I don't like that. This already sounds too auto-tuned. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna bounce this. We're gonna create a new track, and we're going to just drag this into a sampler here. Hello, there we go. And basically now we have a choir. So it doesn't really take much work to just make this sound pretty decent. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take, just gonna play some notes here. Let me turn this up. And then we can maybe, I don't know, loop this a little bit. We could use stuff like voice stacking and kind of randomize some of the voices to get a thicker sound. So what we could do is get like a stack spread here and just random plus minus or something like that, and then just put that on the panning. No, panning is here. And then maybe also, I don't know, on the gain a bit, and on the loop and on the start position or whatever. Then give it a bit more of a slower attack. You get the idea. You can make a choir like this pretty easily. You can also play this in low octaves. So that's kind of cool. You could, I don't know, use different modes, like maybe use textures mode for granular playback. Make it a bit smoother and sort of more spread out. Maybe also slightly randomize the pitch just a tiny bit. Or maybe like randomize the pitch per voice and make it wobble around a little bit for like a tiny bit of vibrato. Maybe might make it sound more natural. Just like less than half a semitone. And of course, stuff like reverb or something will always make the sound a little nicer. So let's maybe bring in some reverb. You could also put something like Prisma on it to kind of do some more tuning, just get scale, MIDI in. You can resonate it with a comb filter. Basically just set filter plus to polyphonic here, or whatever you would do in your DAW. Just key track this, C3, and this way you kind of can make your horrible singing voice that you would probably not use in a song otherwise into like pads or something, and still kind of get a bit of your personality and a bit of, I don't know, some kind of unique flavor into your songs. Also, I should tune this properly, so we recorded a C sharp, so this is out of tune. C sharp. Hello? C sharp. Pretty cool choir. Cheers. You remember that thing I showed you last episode? Hopefully you do, because it's not been a very long time ago. Basically, you want to drag a sample into a sampler to kind of play it as a pitch. Well, some recordings are just a bit shit. Like, there's just noise in there, and it's I just messed this up a bit for you here. If we drag this into a sampler and try to play it, let's be real, it's gonna sound a bit... Let's just turn this up. Maybe you like this kind of noise, I don't. It's a bit much. So what we can do, and there's ways to do this with plugin and with Bitwig stock, basically what we want is some kind of spectral effect that separates out noise and pitch components of a sound. You can use Bitwig's transient split for this. So you can listen to these two chains, transients, and tones, and basically just turn the transients down. This sounds a bit spectral and a bit so maybe we want to tweak this a little bit, add some smoothing and maybe mix in a little bit of the noise just to keep it a little more natural. Maybe fiddle with the tilt. Maybe the bias towards the transient. Then before. After. Quite effectively denoised. Let's maybe also just bring in a loud split and do a similar thing. Let's just listen to the different components to kind of clean it up a bit. So this we can leave untouched, mid. And then the quiet we have a bunch of high end basic we don't want. And let's maybe also mix this in. And this way we can kind of clean up our sound. So without, with, this is gonna make a much cleaner pad sound, and this works better on some sounds than others. This sound actually didn't work as well as I expected, but that's just what happens when you try to show stuff for a video. We can do a similar thing here again. Just kind of maybe add a little bit of filtering per note. And then also maybe add another transient split, and I don't know, just fade the sound towards the tones. Actually, I didn't even bounce this in place, so we need to bounce this in place, of course. And then we can drag it into a sampler. Very professional. So here, yeah, you're gonna hear this is way cleaner. Because now we've applied the effects that we put there. If the spectral warbliness and stuff is bothering you a little bit, you can add like a tiny bit of noise back in by just kind of maybe chorusing the sound a little or something. Can make it sound just a little bit more natural. But yeah, that's kind of something to try. Another way of doing this, let's just undo our bounds here, is that you would use a plugin for this. So the plugin I know that can do this is all the Modal multiband splits, so which doesn't really matter. You can use like M Dynamics MB, M Wave Shaper MB, that kind of thing. Let's use M Dynamics MB. And let's just load the default preset. So this is basically not doing anything. And then what we want to do is we want to remove the band and delete band. And then we want to use a different split mode, which is called transient split. Tonal transient. This does basically the same thing. So if we listen on the right, and then on the left, so we can kind of use this the same way by just turning down the volume of the transient band, which is kind of going to remove the noise. And because we're doing this over and over, it's starting to sound a bit horrible, but you get the idea. And this also has a spectrum split, which is basically the same as Bitwig's loud split. So like, this is sort of the quiet stuff. This is the loud stuff. So these kind of things, just for kind of some basic denoising type stuff. You can also automate these, of course, and this kind of stuff will just make the spectral warbliness a bit more subtle. But these are some kind of techniques you can use to kind of clean up your samples before you load them into a sampler, especially if you want them to play very sort of harmonically dense material. All that noise is really going to stack up. So you probably want to remove a bit of it before you do that. Cheers. Yo, did you ever make a song before? Possibly. You can use that song, not to listen to it or anything like that, don't worry. Nothing disgusting like that. You can use that song to make weird glitch noises. Basically, you can just recycle your old songs and chuck them into a sampler and scrub through them weirdly, and then you get a bunch of fun stuff out of it. So what I've got here is my song Weaving. Let's not play it. We don't do that here. We're just gonna mess it up. So we're gonna put it into a sampler here, and then what we're gonna do is we're just gonna draw one long note. Now at least. Add C3 so it's kind of in the same pitch. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna set the sampler to some kind of mode that can scrub. So maybe like cycles or something. And if we play this normally, we just get the song. No one wants that. But we can just kind of randomize the speed at which it plays back the song. And then resample that and get a bunch of fun stuff out of it. And we can also randomize the playback position and maybe just re-trigger every once in a while. Let's maybe freeze this. That's what we want. Let's map this to position. Make it a bit slower because it's quite a long file. Randomize this thing's speed. Also make sure it's unipolar. It is. Okay. So we get all sorts of weird noises. Let's also randomize the formant. Make this a bit slower. And then let's maybe arpeggiate it so it kind of re-triggers every once in a while. I'm just making stuff up here, but you get the idea. I don't know, quarter notes, half notes, something like that. And then re-trigger this with notes, so basically it kind of starts in a fresh place every time. Starting to get some fun stuff. Let's maybe just really boost the transients of this with the stab. We could also add some voices to it. And maybe just stack spread and randomize their pitch or something like that. Let's just get random plus minus. And put a limiter on the end, because obviously this is gonna get loud as hell. And maybe randomize the delay for every note so they don't happen quite at the same time. So that's our song. Which is kind of fun, I think. We can OTT this, we can do whatever to it. Nice, right? I hope you agree. Maybe you don't. Cheers. Yo, what you're hearing today is actually not my normal microphone recording. What you're hearing is my audio coming through the door, which is quite weird for me because I hear my voice double from the door. But what I want to do is record some foley, and all you need for this is any old mic. It really doesn't matter. You can do great stuff with really horrible microphones, and this is just a workflow I use to get quick and easy foley samples. So basically I'm just sat at my desk because I'm a lazy music producer, and I have a plugin because plugins will solve all our problems. Rolling sampler basically records a buffer of the sound coming in. You can see my voice here, and then you can just select the time, drag it out. Now I have a recording of my voice. But we don't want my voice, we want nice little metal sounds or something to get some hi-hats. So what I have here are keys. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna and then, I don't know, I have some plastic here. Then we're gonna... What else could we... I have a metal straw here. I can hit my keys with that. So that's kind of nice. And this way we've got a bunch of foley now. Free foley. Hooray. So we could, like... I don't know. Make a beat out of this. Super quick and easy workflow for making foley samples. Also, rolling sampler is gonna save all your files in one folder. So in my case, it's in the folder I called rolling sampler. So like, they're all here, all the stuff you dragged out. So if you want to turn this into a sample pack, just get the stuff from here. Super easy way to make foley packs. Hooray! Hearing my voice double is getting a bit much. I'm gonna end the video. Here's a technique I shamelessly stole from Venus Theory. We're gonna use this field recording here and turn it into a pad, and the way we're gonna do this is kind of using concepts I've talked about earlier in the series, basically using EQ resonance to tune something. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pick the note A2 or something, because we know 40 Hz is an A. Important thing to know. So we also know 220 Hz is an A, so we also know 110 Hz is an A. The great thing about 110 Hz is we can calculate its overtones pretty easily without doing too much math. So what we're going to do is we're just going to boost the hell out of this frequency, and then we're going to get the overtones, 220 Hz, boost that. Maybe pick a different width for the filter to kind of make it more or less noisy. 330 Hz. $440 Hz. $550 Hz. By the way, if you're lazy, you can just use the plugin Ape Equalizer and create harmonic peaks. And then, you know, do this. But since I'm just gonna make something that you can do with your stock EQ, let's just stick to this. So maybe 660 Hz, etc. This is gonna kind of resonate the sound. So let's maybe add some reverb to kind of smooth it out a bit and also limit it a bit before. So basically we are kind of getting a more consistent sound in here. And you can also use something like a comb filter. 110 Hz. This is basically gonna do a similar thing. Just bounce this in place. Remember, okay, the note we picked was A, so drag this in, put it in a sampler, root note, okay, it's gonna be A2 or something like that, and then we can just let's add some more layers by maybe, I don't know, using a stack spread here. Just voice stack, I don't know, 3 voices or something like that, and then we're just gonna use random plus minus to kind of pan this left and right. So we kind of get more stereo here. And use another random to kind of start the offset, so it starts at different points in the field recording. We could use it in granular mode to kind of get more consistent kind of playback. Loop it. Of course, bit of reverb. Let's just use Raum or something like that. I don't know. Make it a bit more nice and spacey. Maybe you use Cosmic. And then we can also resonate it further using something like a comb filter. You just want to make sure that it's polyphonic if you're playing chords. So we would need to use filter plus with like a bunch of voices. I don't know. Yeah, just 5 voices will be enough. Key track this, set this to C3, comb. Easy way to turn a field recording into a pad. Once again, shout out Venus Theory for, I don't know, the whole idea basically. I just wanted to include it in the series. So yeah, hope you have fun with this. Cheers. Yo, so I have this piece of sound design here, which is just some watery noises. And I kind of want to use it in a sort of percussive way and add a bit more punch to that. So let's do that. A simple way we can do that is using a drum triggering plugin or something. So Bitwig has the inbuilt replacer. There's also stuff like AP Trigger or something like that. We're just going to use the Bitwig one since it's kind of easiest for me. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to kind of set this up so this triggers a MIDI signal whenever this has a transient. And in fact, we're going to do this on a send and kind of pre-process the sound to be a bit more transient heavy. So we're going to kind of use a transient shaper here and just boost the transients into the trigger and turn the sustains down. So basically we get more triggers whenever there's a transient. Just send this to the and then you can see we get these kind of triggers here. Now what we can do is we can just put a sampler in here. No, this kind of sampler. And then we can get a kick from my drum pack. This only works with kicks from my drum pack, by the way. You'll have to buy my drum pack. It's unfortunate, but just your DAW will quit immediately if you use other people's kicks. Sorry. Let's just use this one. And then we can kind of have this trigger with the rhythm of this sound. Let's maybe turn this down a bit. So it'll kind of follow this. And then, I don't know, we can kind of audio sidechain this, like add a little bit of key tracking here to the volume or something. Not key tracking, like envelope following, so it kind of follows the signal a bit more. And maybe we can randomize the pitch a little bit by just randomizing each note, kind of moving the pitch up sometimes. And then we'll filter it a bit and kind of make it really follow the other sound. Also, let's maybe key track a filter so it only has high end when the other sound has high end. That's kind of cool. So let's just low pass filter and then just follow the high end here and just do this. Make this a bit louder. Kind of bias this. Maybe give the kick a bit more relief. Now this kind of has a bit more punch. We can also do this with hi-hat samples or whatever. So like, let's maybe add another layer where we just, I don't know, use some stupid foley thing. Let me just find something. I don't know, this kind of thing. So let's just duplicate this layer, and into this layer we're not going to load the kick, we're instead going to load one of these foley things. Let me just find something good here. 1 second. Or this maybe. Or maybe something shattering or something like that. You can add all sorts of kind of texture with this. Maybe vocode this a bit to get it more watery. I don't know, whatever. And then also bring in the kick. And then limit the whole thing together. And kind of make it move together with some expansion on the bass. Maybe we can also try this with another sample, so let's just bring in something else and make the kicks follow that. It works better with some sounds than others, obviously. Maybe this one here or something. Remove this layer here. bunch of stuff we can do like this. Maybe this one here. And maybe let's set the threshold higher so it only really triggers for the bigger hit. You get the idea, just kind of adding these layers, and this is something that plugins like Texture by Devious Machines, they kind of do a similar thing, where this normally triggers like sustained sounds instead of transients, but like basically it's also this kind of triggering thing. There's like a bunch of drum trigger plugins you can use for this, all sorts of stuff. Hope you find this useful. Cheers. Yo, so here's a fun way to pull dynamics out of a sound that weren't there in the first place using a free plugin. And the free plugin in question is mCompressor. So basically mCompressor is a kind of compressor that lets you draw the transfer function. If you're not familiar with transfer functions, I would recommend you watch my video on it. It'll probably help this make more sense. But basically if you just draw this custom shape here, doing this kind of thing is compression, this is gating, this is upwards expansion, downwards, this is like upwards expansion and so on. But what we can also do is we can do a kind of wave folding thing here, where basically we're mapping input gain to output gain, and we can just kind of put these little dents in here, which basically creates weird dynamic hierarchies where the quieter stuff will suddenly be louder, then there's a section of bit louder stuff that's quieter again, then louder. And this way we can kind of pull dynamics out of sounds that weren't there in the first place. So I'm just gonna mute this for now. Just a bit of sound design here and just putting this on there. It's a bit quiet. You can see you want this kind of playhead moving on the thing where you put all the movement. Make these envelopes relatively fast by kind of turning attack and release down. This adds all these weird dynamics. Let's find another bit of sound design to do this on. Here I have like a weird granularizer kind of thing. So what I can do is I can get mCompressor, and let's just observe how this kind of moves here. So what we could do is we could just make, okay, if the sound ever reaches here, we're just gonna boost it up a ton in volume. So this is gonna kind of flick the sound up. Let's put a limiter after for safety. Let's see how it's kind of getting flicked up here. Bring this here. Maybe also put some movement here, and then on the louder stuff, just gonna make chaos basically. And this just adds these weird bits of dynamic to a sound that weren't there before. We're basically expanding the sound, but in like a strange way, not in a way that's kind of preserving the gain hierarchies, if that makes any sense. If you make attack and release very fast, it's gonna get noisier. If you make it slow, it's gonna get smoother. We could just put another one, kind of pull some more dynamics out of there, or we could like do this on a bass or something like that. Let's find something good here. Just like a slow movement here, and we can just get this to kind of fold the dynamics with mCompressor. To basically say, okay, when it gets too loud, I want it to flick down again, and then I'm just gonna do a bunch of nonsense here. And kind of smooth these out a bit so it's less kind of abrasive. Just get these here, remove this one maybe, and kind of turn off snap to grid. I don't need that. I'm with that out. Can make my own grid. You can see how it kind of adds this up and down movement there that wasn't there before. Do this here. And then we can kind of add a ton of, let's maybe just resize this, and just add a ton of weird spikes in here like this. And kind of add these little extra gestures into our sound. Something like that. Can kind of see where the sound is at which point and what we want to do to the sound at that point. By the way, this plugin is free if I didn't mention that. You can hear all these extra little flicks and wobbles that this is adding in. So that's pretty cool. Dynamic folding is what I would probably call this, using M compressor. Cheers. So here's a kind of cool way to reinforce dynamic gestures in a sound using simple width automation. We've got the sound here. It's got all these nice flicks and gestures, but we can make them a bit more powerful. And this is kind of based on the idea that stereo width, which we can automate just using something like Tool or in Ableton. You can use utility or whatever your DAW is, just turning up and down the side channel basically. Wider sounds tend to sound closer to us because they kind of take up a larger part of our field of view, acoustic field of view. Or like sound stage, whatever you want to call it. Narrower sounds sound further away from us because like same thing as like objects that are kind of smaller are further apart. So we can kind of do this to use this to automate width to kind of make the sound like it's coming back and forth from and to us. So we're gonna use this width here. So maybe we want like it to kind of approach us from further away and then get really wide, so it kind of goes all into our face and then moves away again like some kind of weird hostile creature, I don't know. Can see how it becomes much more sort of visceral and kind of intense by just moving the width up and down. Pretty cool trick. We can do this with all sorts of sounds, of course. We don't need to use weird bass sounds. Let's just try to find something different. You can do this to your vocals or whatever. Let's do it with like another bass. So for example here we could, I don't know, delete the automation, then kind of start close. And then it kind of moves away from us, so we kind of start wide and then we go. And then we kind of, when it kind of gets stuttery, it kind of moves up into our face again. So yeah, pretty cool trick to kind of add intensity to your sounds. Cheers. Yo, here's one to get more control over your sound by splitting them into different parts. So the basic concept is just splitting it with whatever kind of signal splitter and then automating the volume of these parts differently. Now we can use pretty much anything for this, like multiband splits, something like EQ DJ or something like that. Any kind of transient split, like if you have a plugin like the Melda plugins that have these kind of splits, or something like split EQ that maybe lets you solo transients and tonal part differently. Bitwig Spectral suite is great for this, especially transient splits, so I'm going to be using this and kind of demoing it on this kind of sound here. So First, a bit of stuff about transient split. Transient split basically splits the spectrum in two parts. You can split into transients and tones. Now, there are two different modes that make it sound quite different. There's the percussive mode, which basically means transients are kind of transient as you traditionally understand it. Sort of there are more percussive parts of a sound, while tones are sort of the sustains. But there's also the noise mode, which basically means transients are the kind of not pitched parts of the sound, while tones are the sort of more resonant and tonal parts. So two things we can do. We can either automate these two volumes separately, or we can use this basic fade thing here, which basically, this is all transients. This is all tones. And let's just use this fade thing, because it's gonna be a bit easier. So in the middle, it's basically neutral. And then we can just automate this back and forth to kind of fade between emphasizing the transient part and the tonal part. So let's maybe do that for this sound. Let's maybe... We can get quite different sounds out of this, like this. Or... let's maybe start with this. Then maybe go here. And then kind of slowly bring in more tone. Or maybe we want this part to be more sort of ringy and resonant. Or something in the middle. Let's listen by using this in percussive mode, because it's gonna be a bit of a different sound. I personally prefer using it in noise mode, to be honest. So we can do this to all sorts of sound and use these automations to kind of add additional layers of expression and movement to our sound. So maybe let's get a bass or something like that and demo that on that as well. Or maybe we already have a bass here. Let's just use this. So you can hear already there's definitely a lot of noise to the sound, but also a lot of resonance. So let's just bring this in here. Maybe we want our first hit to kind of lose all the noise. Or maybe we want to emphasize the noise and then get really into the ringy part. Or maybe do the opposite. Start ringy, then get noisy. All sorts of stuff to be done. Kind of accentuating these movements. Especially on this kind of sound, on this kind of bass sound, it can really kind of also help just clean up your mix a bit by like controlling when a sound is more or less noisy. If you want to make this more subtle, just turn down the mix, because this is linear phase. Really, this is something I've really been using a lot in my sort of sound design, because you can do quite a bit of interesting stuff. You can also do this with the other spectral splits, of course, like the loud split maybe, or something like that. If you do it with a mid-side split, that's basically what last episode was about with automation. Let's listen maybe to the loud split. You can hear how we kind of have the sub bass here and then the mid, where sort of a lot of the noise expression sound lives. So let's maybe just automate the volume of the mids. something like this here. Lots of fun ways to kind of add more movement, add more intentionality to your sounds as well. Using this kind of technique, make them move with other instruments in your mix, make them follow the movement of maybe a video clip you're sound designing to, anything like that. Cheers. Yo, this one is just about a plugin. Don't worry, it's free. It's just a very cool way to create glitches, and this plugin does something kind of unique that I've not really seen many more popular plugins do. So basically the idea is that this plugin takes incoming audio and just jumps around in it. Not smooth like a granulator with crossfades and kind of keeping the pitch and having regular grains, but like completely just randomly jumping around in it. Basically, we have three main parameters, or maybe four. These three are the ones I would worry about most. Seek rate, which basically means how often does it jump, pretty obvious. Range, how far does it jump. Duration, how long are the kind of clips it jumps to. Are they filling the sound out fully, or are there maybe some gaps of silence? And then octave is kind of just how much does it pitch the sound around. So let's just kind of give it a bit of a slower seek rate, bit of a range, duration here. These kind of settings, and just listen what it does to this drum break. If you are anything like me at all, you think this is really cool. If not, you're strange. You're a strange person. This is great. You can do lots of fun stuff with this. First of all, because it jumps so harshly, it kind of adds a lot of fun transients to your sound. So let's just transient shape the fuck out of this. And be limited so we don't blow our eardrums out. These fun little glitchy percussion samples that we can later reuse. We could also, I don't know, add a bit of delay to this to kind of fill out those gaps, because right now it's maybe a bit sparse. So let's maybe keep the duration down. Let's make it not jump downwards, so just make it jump upwards, maybe 5 octaves, or let's do 2 octaves at max. So we get something more like this here. So next, we can combine some other techniques we learned in earlier episodes, like maybe some delay, randomize this here. Just kind of fill in the gaps between the sounds, duck the delay out of the way when it's to kind of when the sound is playing, but when there's gaps, we can let the delay kind of fill it in. I've set this to repitch, so basically it's gonna make a bunch of weird pitch wobbliness because we're messing up the pitch already. Some OTT to kind of just make the volume really consistent. Sorry, I really like the sound of this. It kind of something that I think Kebros used a bunch, and I mean it just has that nice sort of glitchy, slightly squelchy, slightly weird percussive sound. So what we could do is we could just have this here, and then we can just, I don't know, bounce this out. And then we basically have a normal break here. And then we have these glitches we can, I don't know, lay on top or something. So I don't know if we have a break here. I don't know, maybe we want like a little glitchy fill here or something. Let's just activate this clip and we can kind of put it in here. Maybe before the snare or something. Obviously, this is only gonna sound as good as you are at kind of chopping between the two. But I think you get the idea and why I think this is so cool and such a useful plugin, and also it's free. Probably the best plugin for glitch sounds ever. The video is already over, so I don't have to convince you to click on it. So you can kind of trust me. I'm being honest with this. This is just, I think this is great. I use this so much in my sound design. If you watch any of my streams, available now to all channel members. Subscribe now. Or just catch them live and then they're free. If you watch them all, you can see me using this a ton. It's just great. I love this. I love this little plugin. It's the best thing ever made. I've seen people try to use it sensibly in kind of predictable ways, and that's not the way to use it. The way to use it is to resample and then chop, because obviously it makes a huge mess and you don't want this on your stems live and have it be different every time. You want this bounced out for little sound design snippets that you can then kind of sequence in to add nice little glitchy ear candy to your beats, or even use it as kind of main rhythms in your song. Cheers. Alright, so here's another thing to kind of add some more life and movement to your drum loops using replacers. So what we're first gonna do is we're just gonna get a kick and snare and maybe a basic hi-hat to kind of make a boring little beat here. Just loop this. Of course, this only works with sounds from my new drum pack. It's literally impossible and illegal to do this with any kind of other sample, so you will have to buy my drum pack for this. Or the police will come after you. It's I don't make the rules, it's just unfortunate. I mean, it's very fortunate for me. So we have the snare here, we have this kick here. Let's get some hi-hats and make the most boring beat that's ever been made. Just bring this in here, make kind of quieter hi-hat, and then just, I don't know, you know, standard stuff. Snares a bit boring. Real snares don't do that. They don't repeat every time. They kind of have a bit of life to them. So what we want to do is we want to get a replacer here and put it on a send. We don't want to actually replace the sound, and basically want to send a snare to it. So every time a snare hits, and you can do this with all sorts of drum replacer plugins, we get a different we get a sample playing. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set the sampler to multi-sample mode, which basically means we can load a bunch of different samples in here and then trigger them randomly. So every snare hit gets a slightly different layer. So I'm just gonna get something metal from my metal pack. Once again, this only works with sounds from my sample packs. Otherwise, you will get into trouble, legal trouble, and you may be shot by the FBI, I think. I'm not sure. You'll have to ask. The Pope or something. Whatever. So sorry, I'll shut up. Get a random here. Sync. Hold. And then we can just put this to select. Kind of get here the sample selector, set this to the selector here, and then just distribute select equally, and you can do something very different with the Ableton sampler. Because I think, yeah, they're quite similar in some ways, in other ways not so much. So now basically, ideally, this should trigger a random one of these samples every time a snare comes in. Doesn't seem to work. We need to re-trigger this with every node. So now every snare will sound a little bit different. And we can make this however subtle we like. Let's maybe clear all of these and bring some more substantial samples in. I know there's like some stuff in the Mr. Bill sample pack. I do have special permission to use other people's sample packs, but you do not. You can only use mine. It's otherwise, yeah. Let's just get some exploding lights here. Drag them all in here. Do the same sort of thing where we just get their ranges all nice and spread out. Nope. Get all of them and kind of bring their ranges all the way up and distribute select equally. You know the drill. Map the... So let's maybe compress this a bit and kind of bring this into shape so it doesn't sound quite as horrible. Input up, limiter, EQ the lows out. Maybe delay them slightly so they don't hit quite with the snare, but a bit later. Also, we could add another random and put this on pitch. Just move the pitch up and down a slightly bit. Bit of a quick and dirty way of doing it, but yeah, this is kind of, we can also group this with our snare, of course, and then kind of process the two together. So this way we kind of get slightly different snares every time. We could also, I don't know, put different hi-hats in here or something like that. You get the idea. And just make our beats a bit more lively, a bit more interesting. Maybe select better samples than I did here. Kind of make it sound a bit cooler. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Cheers. Yo, so I have a guitar progression here, a little chord progression, and I want to add a ton of reverb to it. The problem with that is, this reverb is going to blur these chords into each other. You can see here, when this note ends, the reverb is still going to make it ring out, especially if we use long reverb. So it's going to kind of fade over to these other notes here, and that's not great. So what, I mean, it's fine, but like, let's say it's not great. Let's say we want to do something about it, because that's what this video is about. We're going to use this reverb here, and we're going to tune it using something like Prisma, Chroma, Pitch Map, these kinds of plugins, these kind of color-based retuning plugins. So I'm going to set this to scale, MIDI mode. And then what this is going to do is basically spectrally retune a reverb. So that's pretty cool. Together with the guitar, it sounds like this. So yeah, quite a neat sound. See ya. Cheers. Yo, so I have quite a noisy sort of bass sound here. And I want to use a comb filter to resonate it and kind of tune it a bit more. So what I'm gonna do is get a comb here and just set that to my fundamental. In this case it's F0, because of course it is. And then resonate. The problem is that this is gonna ring out and kind of lose a lot of the movement of the bass. Just becomes kind of boomy and long. Limit this, it's gonna get loud. So what we can do to bring back that movement is a vocoder. Basically what we want to do is we want to use this comb filtered bass sound as a carrier and then modulate it with the unfiltered sound. So basically we're gonna bring back some of the movement from the unfiltered bass sound into the now filtered bass sound, and it sounds pretty cool in my opinion. especially if you distort it, because this is kind of harmonically quite clean, so we can just distort it a lot. Maybe we distort it multiband because we're cool like that. And add a disperser because, I don't know, why not? And then of course an OTT, that's goes without saying. We could even do all of this stuff in the carrier and then kind of keep the movement. Because now all the automation of these envelopes of the vocoder is going to be applied after we've done all the kind of processing with the distortion and the disperser and stuff. So this kind of combination of vocoder and comb filter, Tom Finster called it a vocomber, so that's something you may or may not want to call it, is quite useful and quite a neat sound. Something I've been using a bunch lately to kind of turn weird sounds into basses. Cheers. We all like OTT, I think. The way it brings out the high-end detail, the way it really pushes the sound up front in your face. Problem with OTT, it's gonna kill a lot of your movement. It's gonna squash your sound into a brick. So here's a way to kind of mitigate that. I'm gonna use my OTT preset I made for M Dynamics MB, but you can do this with any kind of OTT. You just need an amount knob. So basically we want to set the input gain relatively low so that the OTT is doing more upwards than downwards compression. So basically, if we turn down the amount, it's gonna get quieter. And then if we turn up the amount, the OTT is gonna kind of do its work. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna use an envelope follower, or even an audio sidechain, on the input, and basically only push the sound into the OTT with the amount all the way up when it gets loud, and kind of not push it as much when it gets quiet. And this way we kind of use the OTT to enhance the dynamics of the sound instead of just blindly squashing them away. Let's maybe stack this just for fun. And set the gains of each of these so that the effect is still taking place. That's basically enhancing the dynamics. Pretty cool effect, I think. Cheers. Yo, this might be the last one in this series, unless I come up with more ideas. I'm pre-recording these. So I want to kind of combine a lot of the techniques of this series and kind of show you a way to generate sounds that's a bit different to designing each on their own. It basically involves a lot of randomization and kind of using your understanding of how a sound usually works to create different variations of it very quickly. So what I've got here is, for example, something inspired by Christian Dervishi. It's a kind of UI sound generator that just spits out the different UI sound every time. Or here is a thing I've made that just generates impact sounds that are very loud. What I want to do for this episode is make something a bit simpler, and that's just a kick drum generator, because kicks are very simple sounds in a way, and this kind of can help us understand some of the principles at work here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to play some MIDI note here, and it doesn't really matter which one, and I'm going to be using Bitwig's grid for this. In Ableton there are also ways to randomize stuff, and any other DAW Reaper and so on. You'll figure out your own ways of kind of doing this in your DAW. I'll be using Bitwig because that's what I do. Polygrid, and we want to kind of create a kick. So a kick at its core is a sine wave with a pitch and a volume envelope. So let's really focus on that. Let's generate a volume and a pitch envelope. And because we kind of want some variations in here, we're going to kind of use slightly more sophisticated methods to kind of generating these. So let's start with a volume envelope, and let's take a look at the scope. And we'll be multiplying a volume envelope by our sine. And tuning our sine, I don't know, to something like, let's say C0. And then what we're going to do is we're going to bring in our first parameter that's randomized using a random LFO, setting this to hold, and then trigger to node. So every node, it spits out a different value. You can see here, I'm hitting play and stop. So we can kind of pitch this up to 12 semitones, so we can kind of get different fundamentals for a sine wave kick and turn off key tracking. So basically now we get a node between C0 and B1 or B0. If we set up our gate length, of course. So our gate basically is our envelope for the sine, our volume envelope. So this is just going to be a value we multiply with our sine. We're going to get a gate in here, and then kind of bring that here and set this to fast and set this trigger here, and then we can kind of see this is kind of our volume envelope right now. It still sounds bad, don't worry, we'll get to that. So what we want to do is we kind of want a short fade in and a bit of a longer fade out, so kind of the kick can ring out. Short fade in, like really short, and long fade out. So we want to set these ranges kind of cleverly. So we have three parameters: the kind of length of the gate, the fade in, the fade out. You can see here, basically, we've got our attack, our release, and our sustain time. So we're going to create three randoms here. Just duplicate this 3 times. And then randomize all of these. We want kind of set these random amounts in a way that makes sense, of course. So we don't really want to much fade it. We want maybe slight soft fade in for some kicks. But we don't ever want like a really slow attack, because it is a kick drum after all. Then gate length, we want sort of a minimum somewhere here, and then maybe let it get quite long. But we don't want to make a subway, so we want to make a kick. So let's check this out. Bit much, so let's maybe shorten it a bit. And then slope downwards. We always want a bit of a release here. And then sometimes a bit of a longer release. So these are kind of a basic volume envelopes. You could do more with this, like add this little dip that some people add to kicks, but I never really do that. So next, let's construct our pitch envelope. When I think of a kick's pitch envelope, I really think of 3 different phases. So let's kind of construct these here. We're gonna get our AD envelope is really what we want to use. So let's maybe make sure that this node is long enough for our kicks. And then I kind of think of 3 different phases. The transient phase, there is the kind of the punch phase, and then there is the kind of ring out phase of our pitch envelope. The transient phase is kind of a steep sort of descent. So something very sharp, very steep, and very short. Then we are going to combining this with a punch phase, which we're going to be attenuating, and min-max combining these to basically kind of make sure, okay, this kind of takes over when the transient phase goes to 0. So basically the transient is really short. This is kind of slower. You can see we're kind of getting this kind of initial short burst and then the second kind of decaying thing. So let's maybe set our random times for these. Maybe make the short burst sort of quite, and we want to set these to digital, so they really get quick transients. So maybe make the short burst really quite short. We might tweak this in a bit. Our second phase, which is going to be our decay, is going to take a bit longer. Our punch. So this is kind of this sort of bit of the pitch envelope here. Maybe not quite as long. Sort of this here. And then we might also randomize the range for the punch a bit. Sometimes the punch is more, sometimes less. And also maybe also slightly randomize the range for the transient. So kind of they're not always the same amount. We're not hearing anything of these, by the way. And then just add a third stage, which is really super low. Doesn't gets the third thing here, which basically just super slow kind of last bit of pitch movement in the kick that really rings out for quite a long time and has like basically no attenuation and is combined with another min-max here. I hope that all makes sense so far. As you can see, we're basically deconstructing the kick and kind of randomizing the different parameters of it. Kind of keeping it a kick, but making sure we get all sorts of different variations of what the kick can be. I'll make this a bit longer by default and kind of attenuate it a bit more. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use this as a modulation signal to modulate the pitch, and now it's going to start sounding like a kick. So let's just set this to max. Yeah, this is way too slow. What's going on here? This is way too slow. So lots of kind of vaguely kick-shaped things. We're going to push this into a limiter just so we can hear it better. I think sometimes this gets a bit high, so let's maybe reduce this random amount. Let's maybe give this a bit more actually. Then let's do some other techniques I like to do with kicks and randomize them too. I like to use the fold sometimes, but only for the first kind of bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a fold, and we're going to attenuate it, and we're going to modulate the decay as we did with the pitch envelope. So let's add a fold envelope. And then we want to modulate two parameters, which is basically the decay. Maybe not as much decay, and also not as much as more. And then we also want to modulate the attenuate here. So how much fold essentially. And maybe not give it quite as much amount here. Kind of, yeah, bring this down a little bit. And maybe limit the length of this. See how we're kind of reining in the randomness here a bit. Till most of our kicks sound pretty decent. Another thing I like to do is get noise and use it as a transient, and because we want each to be different, we just use random noise and then use an AD here. Funnel this in, into the FM, get an attenuate. Basically what we want to randomize here is set this to digital, randomize the decay, randomize the attenuate amount. So phase, let me set this to 100% or something. Randomize this and randomize the actually. And a lot of these sounds are going to be pretty bad. The idea is that we just generate a ton of them, so we kind of can pick out the good ones. And I'm also maybe not giving it quite as much time as it needs. But this is the idea for our kind of random kick setup. Let's maybe give this a bit more sustain. And let's maybe less attack. Like kind of. Now we can EQ this a bit. Look at our scope here. Kick drums. We want to randomize it more, of course. This is not enough. We want more variation. So let's randomize saturator. Kind of just, I don't know, randomize like the knee. Randomize where exactly it clips and randomize a bit how much it clips. This kind of thing. Also maybe randomize the low pass filter. Then what we're going to do is we're going to bring in a transient shaper just to kind of make sure. Basically this is kind of a back and forth of adding variation and then reining it in. Because of course we do want all of these to sound like kicks and none of them to sound like, I don't know, random nonsense. So let's maybe do another trick, FX layer, parallel reverb. With a convolution, like a room, make something kind of short, give this kick a bit of sort of character, saturate that convolution. And then randomize how loud it is, because we want to randomize a ton. That's our goal here. Set this to note. Let me just restart my audio interface. Normal, don't worry about it. That's just what happens because my audio interface is a bit old. And there we go. So this is gonna kind of be a layer. We want this to be slightly high pass and we want this to be mostly in the sides. We're going to turn down the mids a bit. Maybe put this earlier in the chain. Then we can also, I don't know, start thinking about maybe adding some more, some other layers. So we can bring in like a test tone with some noise that just follows the kick here with an envelope follower. Kind of randomize the rise and fall maybe. And also randomize the kind of amount, I guess, like the gain here. So sometimes we get a bit of noise, sometimes not. And basically now what we would do is we would get this. Okay, we have our kick drum here. And then we would just join this here and just loop this. Make like tons and tons of kicks. And then bounce these out. and normalize them. And then we have an absurd amount of kicks, and most of these are gonna be shite. Some of these are gonna be pretty nice. So let's maybe listen through them. This is kind of how this all works. Horrible. Maybe a bit short, but kinda neat. Usable, but a bit harsh. Maybe. No. Too much noise. Kinda nice. Too clicky, like too harsh in the highs with this resonance. No. Maybe. No. No. So yeah, and we didn't set up parameters upgrade here, but you get the idea. Maybe. Maybe. No. Maybe. Let me maybe see if I have a kick drum generator that I spent a bit more time on. Or let's just search for generator. No, I have a snare generator though. So that's kind of interesting. So this is something I made, basically same idea but for snares. See lots of randoms and then it just puts out different snares. Most of these are bad, some of these are cool. Fast way to generate lots of snares. Using very similar principles, so you get the idea. Lots of variations if you ever need lots of slightly subtle different things, and then just bouncing them out and getting kind of the picking out the best ones, discarding the rest. Cheers. Yo, Sound Design Concepts is a book now. Basically what I've done is I've written a chapter for every single episode, just like a short summary, basically something you can look up and kind of refer back to, and also look a bit into the future. So this will contain spoilers for future episodes. There will be 65 total, so this has all of them, not just the just released ones, and it's on Gumroad. You can either buy it there, or if you become a channel member for like bonus lessons and higher, you can do this for the same price of $10 as this book, and you can kind of get this for free and also get some other lessons and stuff, and then just either stay subscribed or cancel your membership again. It's up to you really. So yeah, this has all the chapters. You can see some demo chapters on the Gumroad, so you can recognize all the episodes. I try to basically keep this as concise as humanly possible. Just write like the bare minimum for every single technique, and then you can just look them up, play around with this. All of these techniques, you will discover more stuff when you play around with them, but that's for you to find out when you try them out. This basically gives you everything you need to get started with them. And yeah, there's 65 total. There's these pictures here. It is, of course, has a Bitwig bias because I am Bitwig based, but like I try to include alternative ways of doing it whenever I could. There's like 1 or 2 techniques that you can only really do in Bitwig, but the rest I kind of included some free plugins or like paid plugins you can use to also do these techniques in other DAWs. I also sometimes some tips for how I used to do this in Ableton and stuff. So yeah, should work for users of any DAW, but of course you can see already there's a lot of Bitwig because basically whenever I needed a basic example, I opened my DAW and took a screenshot of what is Bitwig. So yeah, check this out. You may enjoy it. Nice little reference if you want to kind of expand your sound design vocabulary, I guess. Learn a bunch of new techniques. Get to create a bit more interesting sounds. Lots of different stuff, and these are all my, basically these are the techniques that I use the most. So like all my favorites kind of. So yeah, check this out. I've had a few people get it already, and they seem to enjoy it. So cheers, bye.